is here. Commissioner Mercado,
Here.
Commissioner Siebel,
Here.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Here.
and Commissioner President Richardson.
Here. Could someone please mute all of the callers? Oh, we skipped Len Luciano. I see his name on the screen. Commissioner Luciano.
I'm here.
Thank you. We will omit the salute to the flag since we are conducting this meeting remotely. However, for all of those affected and are lost to COVID-19, let us pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have before me certification from the clerk that this meeting is in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Madam Clerk, are there any transcripts to be approved?
Mr. President, there are none.
Madam Clerk, are there any topics of discussion?
Mr. President, there are none.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's move to the public comment session. Today's meeting is a combined conference board meeting, and we will vote on every item on the agenda. However, since we are meeting remotely, the public had an opportunity to submit questions and comments for consideration and can also call in. At this portion of the meeting, the clerk will have additional instructions for all of our callers. Madam Clerk.
Constituents were given the opportunity to call in or send emails for public comment prior to the meeting. If you're calling in, you will be acknowledged to speak in the order that your call was received. Emails received for public comment will be read after all the calls are completed. At this time, our public information officer will announce the callers so they can state their comments or questions, and be reminded that you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please do not have your laptop or any electronic device on while calling in. At this time, we're accepting only calls pertaining to agenda items. And please note, you'll have an opportunity to call back later in the meeting at the designated time for public comment session on non-agenda items. Chalo Malumba, our public information officer, will begin our public comment session now.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chalo Malumba, Public Information Officer for the Essex County Board of Commissioners. We have an issue that we're working on where we're not able to hear any callers right now. If possible, read the email and then we could check back again in a couple minutes because we're not able to hear any callers at this time.
So you're having technical issues, Mr. President. Can we come back to that public comment? Can I notify you when that technical issue is addressed? How would you like to proceed?
Please do. I hope they can get that done in a timely manner because this part of the public comment session is pertaining to agenda items. Okay.
We can also take a, there's another option. We can take and I'll ask the counselor to weigh in. We can take a 5 or 10 minute break.
Madam Clerk, do you have emails that can be read?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
So I
could do that, and in the meanwhile, the phone line may be back up.
Okay. Through you, Mr. President, would that?
Yes, on advice of the council, absolutely.
Acceptable.
Yes.
Okay. Public comments. For agenda items, we have Email regarding Resolution 3, Advice and Consent, nomination of Jacqueline L. Jones for appointment as Director, Office of Human Resources. Dear County Commissioner of Essex, I oppose and object to Jackie Jones being promoted to the Director of Human Resource because she abuses her power and abuses women. She's presently a defendant in the civil action for her abuse of power in her current appointed positions of Deputy Director of Human Resources as the wife of Leroy Jones. This was shown on NBC News, Democratic County Chairman, Channel 4, Team exclusives on April 15th, 2021, and on June 2nd, 2021. Link is below. If commissioners approve this appointment, they are greenlighting further abuse. Sincerely, Tiffany Snyder. We received similar comments objecting to the appointment of Jacqueline Jones were submitted by 56 people, and they will be read into the record in their entirety at a later time. That is all the emails I've received for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
We have the
I'm going to ask
issues resolved.
the issue.
Okay, let's go to public comment session on agenda items only. Mrs. Malama.
The president is resolved. And Charlo, would we begin public comment for our callers?
Thank you. Thank you. Chala Malumba, Public Information Officer for the Board of Commissioners, excuse me. We do have multiple callers waiting. The first caller has a phone number with the last four digits, 7928. Your last four digits are 7928. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Yeah, sure. This is Whitney Strube from Newark, New Jersey. I'm a member of North Jersey DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm speaking on agenda items 16 through 18, and possibly a little more if I can squeeze it in. But these are all appear to be new contracts for legal services for ICE detainees at Essex County Correctional Facility through September 30th, 2021. I'm in favor of these. These are a good step, but it really isn't enough. Considering the amount of money that you've taken from ICE in the last decade, and also the stakes being so high for those who are held there, I think it's really imperative that you commit to that legal representation following anyone who is currently detained in Essex but transferred. That is a moral obligation that you've taken on by profiting from this blood money for so long, and I don't see that in the contract. Now, I only had a chance to look at them pretty superficially, so I do want to put a question for the record, which is, will those legal representatives that Essex County is helping fund, will they follow anyone who is transferred? Just for clarification's sake, my understanding and my assumption is no, but I'd love it if I'm wrong on that. But if the answer is no, it's imperative that you change that. I mean, we in Essex County have a chance to set a national precedent here for ending an ICE contract with justice rather than just washing our hands of it. And I think part of that is a commitment to those who are detained, those whose suffering you have profited from for so long. So I really urge you to make sure we take bold steps here that set a national precedent for other counties that can use us as an example for justice, not just for a sort of NIMBYism that, again, washes our hands of it. And at the time I've got remaining, I just want to say too, in regard to the state bill to end for future ICE contracts, again, that's a positive first step, but it's also imperative that we end the current ones. And so I think, things that you might consider and things you should do are advocating for an amendment to that bill to end the current ICE contracts, or just taking your own initiative and ending your own. Because as I learned from the comments that you sent me today, the contract expires in 2026, and you don't seem very interested in discussing that in any substance in the comments you sent me. But you yourself put out press releases saying that Essex County was ending its contract with ICE. That's verbatim language that Wayne Richardson used, that Jody Vincenzo used. And I mean, just to be very clear for the record, that is literally untrue by your own account. You are not ending the ICE contract despite having claimed it. And I think you have a moral obligation to catch up with your own rhetoric, end the ICE contract, and advocate for the end of the other ICE contracts in Hudson County and Bergen County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller, we just have a couple more where we don't have the names, just the numbers. The last four digits of your phone number are 9521. 9521, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Jay Arena, Newark, New Jersey. I'm with the Jobs and Equal Rights for All campaign, and I'm speaking to item number 55. It's a resolution that Commissioner Gill is proposing to support the legislation in Trenton that would prohibit state and local entities such as Essex County from entering into an agreement to detain immigrants with ICE. So, that's fine, that bill, and it should be supported, but I want to underscore it's really insufficient because it does not close or end any of the existing contracts, be they in Hudson, be they with your fellow Democrats in Bergen who are carrying out massive repression against our movement, or right here in Essex County. I did appreciate that Mr. President Ward Richardson sent me an email in regard to my question last week about ending the contract. He did acknowledge, which contradicted the earlier email, that the contract had ended, and in fact, it continues until 2026, and it could be renewed then. Yes, support this legislation, pass your resolution for this bill in Trenton, but what you need to do, what you have in your own hands, is to end this contract. Now, Mr. Richardson said if it does happen, it would be first start in the committee. Well, when is that? What committee is that? And when is the measure going to be introduced to close the contract, to end this contract immediately and permanently? Yes, the detainees are being moved out, and we want them released, not moved to other parts of the Gulag system. And you have been quiet, silent about that, which is consent to ICE under the Biden administration, moving them around. It's just as bad as under Trump. But we need you also to ensure that when the when the attention is removed, that Deportation Joe does not again cut a deal with ICE to run the turn the county's facility into ICE concentration.
30 seconds, Mr. Arena.
So again, so my question is, what is this committee that Mr. Richardson referenced in his email to me, which I appreciate the letter, and when is the measure going to be introduced to permanently close this ICE concentration camp here in Essex County? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the last one with just a phone number, the last four digits of your phone number are 9262. That's 9262. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Mary Rizzo. I'm a resident of Newark, New Jersey, and I am calling today to speak to agenda items 16 through 18 about the legal representation for immigrants, as well as item 55. And I'd like to echo what my two colleagues before me have already said regarding the legal representation. This is important. It's essential that Essex County provide legal representation funding. We know that that's critical to getting people released from ICE detention, but it does no good if people are transferred and this money for legal representation does not follow them. One of the arguments that's been made, of course, by you for many years now is that it's better to keep people in Essex County because they'll be they'll have counsel and they'll be closer to their family and friends. Now that the facility is being depopulated, what can you do to ensure that their legal counsel follows them? We know that that's possible. So what can you do to make sure that that occurs so that you are making sure that these folks are being given the best shot at being released as possible? Secondly, with regard to the resolution in support of the bill to end renewals of immigration detention contracts or the creation of new contracts in New Jersey. I appreciate that you are voting on this resolution, and I would like you to support this resolution and this bill. Because this is an important step to ending immigration detention in New Jersey. But as the two previous callers mentioned, this isn't sufficient as well. So will you support an amendment to this bill that would end these contracts immediately, not just upon renewal? Because as they've mentioned, your contract actually doesn't end until 2026 when it could be renewed. And if you are, or will you commit to actually ending your contract now with ICE? And as Jay Arena had asked, right, if this is going to go through a committee, what committee is it going to go through? When is that going to happen? Is the public going to be involved in that process, as the public should be, because this is a critically important issue? The final thing that I'd like to say is I also received a response to my questions from last meeting. I had asked about you supporting a resolution that calls for the release of detainees, and I was told that in 2020 a resolution was adopted. This resolution, I think, is also insufficient. The 2020 resolution, as far as we remember, called for the release of detainees, but stipulated that these should be people who do not have criminal records. That is a really false and immoral and inhumane argument to make. Folks who are held in ICE detention are not held there because of their criminal records. They've already served time for their any criminal record they may have or any criminal actions they may have taken. So it is inappropriate to add this as a part of your rationale for whether someone should be released from ICE detention or not. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy O'Leary. Ms. O'Leary, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Kathy O'Leary. I am the New Jersey Region Coordinator for Pax Christi USA. I am calling in support of your resolution number 55, which supports legislation, bills number A5207, S3361, which would ban the renewal and expansion of current ICE detention contracts, as well as ban new contracts with ICE. As you're aware, Essex County has not ended its ICE contract. The administration has simply told ICE to depopulate the jail of those who are detained for ICE. You may also be aware of a recent letter that attorneys who represent people in ICE detention in New Jersey, including in Essex County, that ICE is transferring people to other facilities without notifying their attorneys and not providing those same attorneys with information about where those people have been transferred after they have done so. I note that you reference the legal defense funds that you allocated towards people who are detained for ICE in your jail. It seems that it is both in your interest and part of your fiduciary duty to make sure that those funds that you allocated are spent towards the defense of those people who you have incarcerated. So it would behoove you to follow up on this issue. And in addition, I believe it is your responsibility, the people whose freedom you have traded for revenue for all these years, to now advocate for their release as opposed to their transfer to other facilities. Lastly, we have learned much over these 10 plus years about the abysmal conditions in the jail. This will not change simply by ending the ICE contract. At the last ECCF task force meeting, we heard from a woman who traveled all the way from Trenton to tell the members about her partner who had a broken hand that had gone untreated for a month and he was now unable to use it. It had gone completely numb. This is the kind of thing that we have brought to you time and time again, and has been dismissed. The people who are in your jail are people. They are human beings. They are children of God, and it is important that you treat them as such.
30 seconds, Ms. O'Leary.
Whether they are there for the ICE contract, or you're simply trading their that revenue of their bodies incarcerated for the revenue from other bodies from Union County. your responsibility does not end towards them. So I hope that you pass this resolution number 55. I encourage you to. I applaud your efforts, but please
That is
know
your
that
time, Ms. O'Leary.
I
Please
will
finish.
be coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we do not have any more callers waiting to speak.
You're muted, Madam Clerk.
Charlo, could you repeat what you just stated, please?
We do not have any more callers waiting to speak.
Thank you. Mr. President, the public comment session is completed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please ensure that the information that's relevant for the administration gets to them. And as is our practice, all of your questions and comments will be answered in writing. I think there is one that we can answer now, and that is there is a committee meeting. Commissioner Mercado, would you like to address this? Because there is an ICE committee meeting scheduled.
Yes, Mr. President, on next Wednesday at 5 o'clock on June 16th, we are having a ICE subcommittee meeting. And the public will have an opportunity to participate as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Mercado. So let's move on to ordinances and resolutions on introduction and first reading. Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinance or resolutions for introduction and first reading?
Mr. President.
You cut out.
Mr. President, we have none.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinances or resolutions for listing purposes only?
Mr. President, we have none.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinances or resolutions on second reading and public hearing tonight?
Mr. President, we have none.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to resolutions 1 through 5, which are all advice and consent nominations for the appointments of department and division directors. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, sir, and members of the board. We have 5 outstanding individuals to present to the board this evening for advice and consent. The first is Hassan Mohammed, appointed as Director, Department of Administration and Finance and County Treasurer. As you know, Mr. Acker is no longer in that position. Hassan has been here for a number of years and done an outstanding job as our CFO, and we are recommending him to become the new Mark Acker, as it were, and looking forward to working with him going forward. Hassan, if you have any remarks?
Good evening, Hassan Mohammed, CFO. I have 20 years of governmental accounting experience. I'm certified municipal finance officer, certified county officer, and qualified purchasing agent. I was appointed by the board back in 2017 as a CFO. I would like to thank the county executive and administration and board of commissioner for appoint me to this position and continue having confidence in me. And I would like to wish a happy retirement for Mr. Acker. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, let's just go through all 5. Next.
Certainly, Mr. President. Our next nominee is Ehab Salama for the appointment of our Essex County Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Mohammed has moved up to the Treasurer's position. We're recommending Mr. Salama to be our new CFO. And again, looking forward to working with him. He's been here for a number of years as well, and has done an outstanding job to nominate him for this position. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ihab Salama. I wanted to thank the county executive and the county commissioners for putting the trust in me. I have thoroughly enjoyed the work, my work time at the county for the past 5 years. I'm very proud to work with such a great team for Essex County. Also, I want to thank my predecessor, Hussam Muhammad, for his leadership. I will continue to strive, improve my division, and meet all the challenges that we face every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ihab. Our next nominee is Jacqueline L. Jones for the appointment of Director of Office of Human Resources. As the commission, the board knows, Jackie has been working as the deputy for a number of years. Actually has been stepping up to silver mantle on an acting basis for human resources, and nominating her for the appointment as Director of the Office of Human Resources. Jackie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. President and Commissioners. I want to take this time to say thank you for your time and this opportunity. As of May of this year, I have been employed with the county for 18 years. And since then, I have been placed in several roles within the county, which has given me the opportunity to understand different departments, roles, responsibilities, which has been very beneficial for me and effective in my current role within human resources. Just to name a few, assistant program analyst, I developed team communication and information for unit meetings. I gave several presentations to management highlighting finds and recommendations. Within my role as a program analyst, I have conducted training for the Department of Economic and Division in Training and Development and Employment. With the Employment Specialist Unit, showing them how to use the software that I actually helped create myself to track in clients as they come through programs. Within my role as coordinator of volunteers, I was the coordinator for the department personnel to complete payroll and time and attendance. But within my most important role as Deputy Director of Human Resources, and I want to thank Robert Jackson for his leadership as he continues to guide me every day with support on advice and just watching him in his role as a director and as a county administrator. And I'm saying former mayor, so he definitely placed a lot of knowledge on me and has molded me and played a part of who I am today in this role. I have collaborated with management to build and implement effective and modern employment policies. I'm an organizer for all the employee engagement, which are the fundraisers, the participation with walks. Many of you are familiar with, I know Patrick walked with me at times, which is the Valley Children's Walk, the Heart Walk, the Breast Cancer Walk, and many others. But I do want to, not to be long, but I do want to say what has definitely brought growth into my life within the county. For I have been the lead person to be contacted for every COVID matter related within the county, all county employees, along with the county health officer and county council. So I also see data collection for each department, mandatory COVID testing, completed all the county work locations. I am notified of any employee that has reported positive test results or have been exposed. And I also give the approval for employees to return to work per the COVID leave policy and the CDC guidelines. So I want to end by saying what an honor to be considered for this promotion. I started out in a promotional entry-level position in 2003, and now as a director. With this appointment and your confirmation, I'll be the first African-American female in HR as an HR director in the history of the county of Essex. In this role, I am committed to helping others succeed. Most importantly, I want to be an inspiration to my two daughters as well as my 4 granddaughters. So again, I'm honored to be considered, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Our next nominee is Keisha P. Burnett, who's going to be appointed as the Director of the Office of Small Business Development. As you know, Keisha was our DFAP Director, and she's moving on to be the Director now of this very important office. Keisha. We cannot hear you, Keisha. You're talking.
Still look like she's
You might
muted.
be muted, Keisha. You're in the building, right? Yeah, if you need to, come up to my office.
You can come down to mine, Mr. Jackson, also.
Or Jay's is probably closer.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to us now. You wait till those affirmative action meetings. You'll talk to us then.
The Bulletproof Vest just got delivered today, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, funny you should say that. While she's coming, would you like me to move on to Ms. Richardson Green?
Let's do that.
Okay. As Keisha has moved on to small business, Valentina Richardson Green, who was working with Keisha for quite a while, will be stepping up to the director in that role. She's been the acting director and has done an outstanding job, and we're happy to nominate her. Valentina.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioner President and Honorable Commissioner Board. My name is Valentina C. Richardson Green. I have been employed with the County of Essex. This month will make 18 years. I've been employed with the formerly Division of Welfare, now Division of Family Assistance and Benefits. I entered the agency as a family service worker. I had the opportunity to progress and get promoted to family service supervisor, assistant administrative supervisor, confidential assistant, as well as a deputy director. And within the last few months, I've had the opportunity to serve in the capacity of acting division head. I want to extend my sincere thanks and humble thanks to the county executive as well as the administrative board with affording me this nomination to continue to serve the constituents of Essex County, as well as the employees of DFAB. My goal is to restore the dignity, professionalism, and effective and efficiency of DFAB. That is a direct reflection of the County of Essex commitment to its employees as well as its residents. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have a guest here.
I'm sorry about that, everybody.
I was saying while you were in transit, you can duck us for a few minutes, but we're gonna have some affirmative action meetings. You won't be able to duck us then.
Yes, sir, President. As I was trying to say, I have been employed by the County of Essex since September of 2015, initially in the capacity as confidential assistant for the Division of Family Assistance and Benefits. And then in February of 2018, and still currently, I was appointed the first morgue keeper for Essex County. And then on February 1st of 2019, I was appointed division head for the Division of Family Assistance and Benefits. I would like to say it's an honor and a privilege to be considered by the county exec, as well as the Board of Commissioners, to be the director of the Office of Small Business Development and Affirmative Action. And I graciously thank you for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. You got your steps in too.
I ran down the stairs.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments for our nominees?
Mr. President, I have a comment.
Commissioner Siegel.
Thank you. I read the resumes of all of the nominees for these positions, and each one has an excellent resume. So I am more than happy to vote in the affirmative for all of them. It's a pleasure that the Essex County has them as employees. Thank you.
Commissioners, anyone else? Hearing none. Commissioner Gill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just want to congratulate all of the appointees or employees, excuse me, tonight. Both for their work already for the county and proud to support their work going forward. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any other commissioners? I'd like to echo what my two colleagues have previously stated, that I know each and every one of you will do an outstanding job in your new positions, and just look forward to working with all of you. So I have a motion from Commissioner Gill to take resolutions 1 through 5, and a second from VP Amaris. Roll call, Madam Clerk. If you're speaking, Madam Clerk,
Commissioner
I can't hear
Cooper?
you.
Yes.
Absent. Commissioner Gill?
I said yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
You're on mute.
Madam
Commissioner
Clerk, can I
Gill?
just get it started again? Madam Clerk, I think you might have
Start over. Commissioner
Commissioner
Cooper
Cooper
has
is yes.
joined us.
Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a yes
Commissioner
from
Cooper?
Gill.
Commissioner, yes.
I have a yes from Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Graham?
Yes, for 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Commissioner Graham?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Through you, Mr. President, is there a delay going into the clerk? Because I can hear everybody perfectly, but it seems like the clerk is on a delay. Am I the only one?
Yes.
No, I'm witnessing that as well.
Yeah.
Would you repeat this?
No, and I'm having trouble hearing the clerk.
I think they're having issues at the main office where the clerk is at. They're having some issues.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Please continue, Madam Clerk.
All right. Yes. Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano? Okay. Commissioner Sebo?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares?
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson?
Yes for 1 through 4, and present not voting on number 5.
Mr. President, before we go forward, may I just intervene for one moment?
Absolutely.
I think there, to Commissioner Gill's point, there is obviously a little bit of a delay, and it may not have been clear on Commissioner Graham's vote. So I just think for the sake of the record, and maybe I'm doing Mr. Parlavecchio's job, so forgive me, maybe we should just repeat, because I think she had an abstention to some things. So if you could just for the record do that. It did not come clear when she was speaking and the clerk and her were trying to have dialogue.
And I think, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I also think Frio de Luciano had some technical difficulties which may have been cleaned up. So just to make sure everybody's got their vote properly recorded.
And Mr. President, I'm not sure that Madam Clerk got my affirmative vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Mercado.
All right.
Commissioner Luciano?
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, I have all the votes, and all the agenda resolutions have been moved.
Congratulations, everyone. Good luck. All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's move to resolutions 6 through 14, which are all budget insertions. We will read them into the record at a later date. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you noted, there are a number of budget insertions. Item 6 in particular is the insertion of our American Rescue Plan money that we received last month, I believe it was, or mid last month, in the amount of $77,595,763.50. Represents half of what we were of our allocation, the balance of which we should get in about a year. Mr. Abaleo is on the line to answer any questions that we have on that one. Item 7 is a emergency rental assistance program, similar that we did before, in the amount of $7.8 million. Item 8 is a farmer's market budget insertion that we received in the amount of $5,000. Item 9, budget insertion, CDBG block grant, $79,200. Item 10, support of our area plan for aging services for coronavirus relief, $652,505. That's item 10. Item 11, for monies that we received for the Lakeside Avenue culvert, Department of Public Works, $567,651. Item 12, for 4 minor culvert repairs that we received from the Department of Transportation. Funds we received in the amount of $1,661,203. Item 13, interagency coordinating council money, Department of Health and Rehabilitation, $45,314. And item 14, traffic safety, pedestrian safety grant for the Office of the Sheriff, in the amount of $10,500. And that concludes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Bolavecchio, any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, quick question on number 10, which is Division of Aging Services for Area Plan, coronavirus relief. These are added additional funds, and I wanted to know if there's any cash match on the additional funds, because I did see there was a substantial cash match required on the initial fund authorization that came earlier this year.
Mr. Bolavecchio, there is no match.
Great, thank you.
Mr. McInerney.
On resolution number 6, again, this is half of what the county will get, correct? There is another full amount of $77 million coming at some point. If it's a year from now or what, I don't recall.
Yes, it's a number, equal amount, a year from when we got the original amount, so it would be, should be mid-May of 2022.
Okay, I'm getting feedback. Is anybody else hearing feedback?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we may need somebody to go on mute.
All right.
Can we mute some of the callers or something? I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted the $77 million, just for the board's edification, is broad flexibility. It could be used to support public health responses to COVID-19, much like the funds that we received previously that were used for that purpose. It also is broad, very broad, the language that it can address negative economic impacts. Mr. Abaleo is on the line. Maybe he can expound on that a little bit. What's surprising is that it can also replace public sector revenue losses. So, for instance, I would assume that in the case of the county, the revenue losses that were incurred in parks and recreation via the zoo admission fees, park fees, and things of that nature that were extremely low, as well as the golf courses. Curious to know whether or not these funds can be used to bring those amounts back to what they were, and how is that handled from a budgetary standpoint? If we had a deficit in the revenues in the prior years, and it's my understanding that some of this stuff deals with the the effects of COVID. Is it just for this year, or can we go back to 2020 and say, that, you know, there's that $10 million we didn't collect in Parks and Recreation. Can we take 10 million of this 77 million and utilize it for that, which would increase our fund balance dollar for dollar? The other thing that it can be used for is this premium pay for essential workers, and that's up to $13 an hour in additional compensation. I don't know really how that works, but it's listed. And it also, that could be retroactive as well. And the last one that I was able to see was the water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Well beyond the COVID any requirements generated by COVID. This is something that can be used to improve your sewer system if you're a municipality with utility, also your broadband infrastructure. The funds must be incurred by December 24th of 2024, and they must the job projects they fund must be completed and paid for by December 31st, 2026. So again, if I don't know if Mr. Abalea can answer that now or sometime in the future about where does the revenue loss funds, where does the funds to make up for the revenue loss, does that go retroactive the prior year?
Mr. Abalea?
If he's not on the phone, I can talk to him. I can speak to Anthony directly on this and get back to the board.
I can just say that we are allowed to go back to March 3rd, I believe it is, of 2020. But I'll have Mr. Abalea reach out to you directly, Mr.
And if we're going to do that, what's the fiscal impact? I mean, obviously that, it seems like it'd go right to fund balance, but we'll see. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. I'll speak to Anthony back.
That's all we have, Mr. President, on those items.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. We have some technical difficulties with the clerk's line. She really can't hear, and we want to make sure that the record is correct and preserved and the recordings are picked up. We're going to need to take a short break until we fix this issue. Mr. Polavecchio, we need to make a motion
to adjourn. Yeah, a motion to adjourn. It could be for 10 minutes. It can be, okay. I think I'll do it 15 minutes.
So a motion, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn for 10 minutes.
I'll second, Mr. President.
All right. All in favor?
Come back at 6:05.
6:05. Ayes have it, so moved. We'll come back at 6:05. Try to get these technical difficulties taken care of. Thanks, everyone.
Mr. President, I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know it, but Madam Clerk, you're welcome to come down to my office if that works. You can hear it. If that works.
It works for me.
Also mine, Mr. President.
Well, she can't come to both.
Well, she has to flip a coin then.
Just for the record, the administration is fighting over our clerk.
Yeah.
I will say, Mr. President, that I'm not sure what this is all related to, but Mr. Jackson's volume is a little low. Mr. Coltry's is coming in a little bit louder for me. I don't know if that's right. Maybe that might be better for the clerk.
To Mr. Coltry's office.
Okay. He's louder than Mr. Jackson as far as I can tell, and I'm not sure that
a deeper voice, Mr. Vice President.
That is true.
6:05.
The same with me. I'm having trouble hearing Robert Jackson, and I'm not having any trouble hearing Jay Coltry.
But I would love to have.
The time is 6:08. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper?
Here.
Commissioner Gill?
Here.
Commissioner Graham?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano?
Here.
Commissioner Mercado?
Here.
Commissioner Siebel?
Here.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares?
Here.
Commissioner President Richardson?
I am here. Mr. Jackson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 15 is a resolution to, consent resolution pursuant to, NJSA 4037A for the issuance and sale of charter school revenue bonds for, team charter schools, located in the city of Newark. And Mr. Bernard Davis, is here representing ECIA as well as representatives. Sounds like somebody needs to.
We're gonna take, Mr. Jackson, we're gonna take 15 separately. And also, Vice President Pomares wants to speak on, number 6 separately as well. He has some comments he wants to make on resolution number 6. 15 is separate from those.
Number 6, Mr. President?
Yeah, Vice President Pomares wants to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I simply just wanted to have number 6 explained in a little bit greater detail as the budget insertion. I know Mr. Abaleo was on the phone. Simply for the benefit of the public, we had discussed this in leadership last week, just to give an overall what basically this money was for. Subsequently, though, I think that Mr. McInerney's question sort of elaborated a lot of that. So I'm okay with that unless Mr. Abaleo feels any overall explanation hasn't been addressed about what it's all about. That was it pretty much.
Mr. Abaleo was having a little bit of difficulty connecting, so I don't know whether he speak or couldn't be heard.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Abaleo called me. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Abaleo called me during the break there, and we will hook up, put something together that's fairly comprehensive in explaining the use of these, benefits, and we'll present that in a memo to the board. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. And this is resolution 6 through 14. Commissioners, any questions or comments on resolutions 6 through 14?
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Commissioner Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about item 7. Can you give us an overview of how it's going to work? Is there a lottery? What's the criteria? Is there any restrictions for 2-family, 3-family, multi-family homes? I'm just thinking about some of the feedback I got about the DCA, when they did their emergency rental, it was some limitations. So are there any?
Through you, Mr. President, Commissioner, yes, there are some limitations. Income cannot exceed 80% of the area median. The assistance is up to 12 months, but it's also extended for another 3 months beyond that. And this is for people who have been impacted by COVID-19. I would say, though, that the definition of impacted is pretty generous in terms of what the impact looks like. And this is for folks particularly who are unemployed or maybe looking at unemployment down the road or faced with unexpected bills. We're going to be engaging about 4 nonprofits to screen applications. It's all going to be done online. For folks who might be eligible. And Director Ramos has put together again about 4 nonprofits that are gonna help us out with screening applications. We're also working with the court system through folks who are in the foreclosure process with the courts. We're working there to see if we can't come up with a macro solution, meaning if Judge Grant, let's say, has $10–15 million worth of cases that could be resolved, we may be able to do a one fell swoop, a number of folks who are having difficulties. So we're tackling it from a whole different points of view, and hopefully we've also had conversations with public service, electric, gas, to see if there's a way to help out even with utility bills, which this enables us to do as well. So we're tackling it on a whole bunch of fronts, and we think we're going to make a decent dent in it. But bear in mind that this too is 40% of our allocation. So between the money that we received last year and the money this year, it's about $34 million of rental assistance money we're going to be able to hopefully help out Essex County residents.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Can you give us a breakdown on the monies that we used to date, like the towns, just by town, like where it went? Thank you.
Just so you know, too, Commissioner, we've just put in place that they were delayed in getting us out the rules and regs, but we haven't allocated any money as yet. We have a bunch of applications. We can give you some application information, but we've yet to distribute dollars, but that should be happening in the next 30 to 60 days.
Oh, okay, great. That's all right. Those were some questions that I had received from people. Are we going to use the same organization that we previously used, or we're using new ones?
These are, again, through you, Mr. President, these are some of the organizations that the director and his team have used in the past for other programs. And I believe, Mr. Coultry can correct me, but I believe there are about 4 of them that we're using that responded to the RFPs. There may have been more, but that we selected. So these are entities that Director Ramos and his team are extremely comfortable with in helping us to screen and vet applications. Because one of the good news is we're going to need their help because we're looking at a bunch of applications and we're not able to handle it in-house. So that the good news is that there's been a lot of response.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Okay. Where were we? Mr. Polavecchio.
Mr. President?
Yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner Gill.
Just a question. So just to follow up on Mr. McInerney's question, so we'll kind of get something which gives us an overview of the spending. Will that continue to include the additional spending that hasn't necessarily had to come before the board, but I assume as part of our either CARES or Rescue Act dollars, like the robocalls and things of that nature?
Through you, Mr. President, yes. Vaccination and testing related, Commissioner, yes.
Okay. So look, I'll thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'll ask Mr. McInerney to, or I think we've seen some of it, or maybe I have missed it, but just looking to see kind of a recap on that spending, that's directly related to the vaccination or rental assistance or what anything that's already been spent. I think it would be good for, I know it didn't need board approval, but I think it would be good for the board to be made aware of what that spending has been and may potentially continue to be.
Sure.
Mr. President, can I make a comment on that as well?
Absolutely, Commissioner. Mr. McInerney.
So with regard to the list of those expenditures. When Mr. Gill was president, he instructed me to keep a running total of all aid that was coming in based on COVID-19. That included not only the 139 million similar type grants that we've got. You see one on the agenda today in resolution number 10. And I've done so. Where those expenditures are is a listing that I've been given on several occasions by the finance department that itemizes by department those expenditures, not as much in detail, but also more like by vendor, by vendor and by amount. So I don't know if we're going to see the level of detail in those reports that say what it was used for, but I'll see if that can be expanded. But those reports are readily available, and I will get an updated one, as well.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. Mr. Paulavecchio, did you want to chime in at all?
No, I don't have any other questions. I asked my question on these.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Graham and a second from Commissioner Cooper to take 6 through 14 as one. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to resolution number 15, which is from the ECIA bond issuance and sale. Please read it into the record at a later date. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you said, this is asking for a consent resolution on the part of the board to support, to allow for the issuance and sale of charter school revenue bonds. We have Mr. Davis from representing ECIA, as well as representatives of the team charter school. I will turn it over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, everybody, for your time. On the phone with us is Steve Rothers, the Executive Director of the ECIA. You all know him. Leah Sandbank, who's a partner with Manneman, Scotland and Bauman, counsel to the school. Gabriella Di Filippo, Chief Operating Officer of the KIPP schools. Steve Small, Chief Financial Officer of the KIPP schools, and Dwight Berg of Public Economics, who's their financial consultant. We're looking for your support for a bond resolution that was approved by the ECI board on May 25th, authorizing the issuance of up to $60 million of charter school revenue bonds for the benefit of the Friends of Team Charter Schools and Team Academy Charter School. On May 24th, the county executive provided his pre-approval to the bond resolution. As noted, we're seeking the commissioner's approval of the projects authorized by the bond resolution pursuant to Section 56 of the County Improvement Authority's law. The bonds are expected to receive an investment grade rating from Standard & Poor's and will be publicly underwritten by the nationally recognized underwriting firm of PNC Capital Markets. Should point out that neither the authority nor the county will be in any way financially responsible for the payment of debt service on the bonds. These bonds are conduit bonds that will be payable solely from the revenues generated by the Academy. Team Academy has sought the assistance from the authority in order to avail itself of long-term tax-exempt financing, which will save the school considerable revenue each year. The bond issue will permit Friends have teamed to create 2 state-of-the-art school facilities from 2 aging and unused buildings in Newark. They have already put one of the buildings into service, which in fact was the former county vocational school located at 330 North 13th Street. That facility has been put back in service, and as part of this bond issue, team plans to spend another $6,700,000 on that facility. The other facility that's subject to the resolution is one located at 275 Sussex Avenue, and that facility will receive a complete gut rehabilitation to the tune of about $41 million in bond proceeds. We have representatives of the KIPP schools, the executive director of the authority, their counsel and financial consultant on the phone to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Paulovecchio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. McInerney and I had the opportunity first to speak with Mr. Davis and Mr. Rother at the board's leadership meeting, and then we had a follow-up conference call with them late last week. So I was glad to hear that the information Mr. Davis just provided to the board. Just a couple of questions to follow up on. I think it was mentioned, but if it wasn't, this is seeking the board's consent to the issuance of these bonds, but there is no guarantee of payment of these bonds being given by the county at all. So it doesn't constitute any indebtedness or obligation on behalf of the county, which is positive. And I think Mr. Davis referred to this as conduit bonds, meaning, in fact, this is one of the things that the ECIA and other improvement authorities are formed to do, is to provide bond financing. I do have a question, and I don't know if this goes to Mr. Davis or to the Friends of Team Charter Schools. In reading the decision memorandum from Mr. Rother, there's reference to the project facility being leased to North Star Academy of New York. So I know we're talking about 2 different locations, which are referred to as facilities here. One is North 13th School, the other one's the Sussex Avenue School. So I wanted to know what role does North Star Academy have in this? And when we're talking about project facility, I just want to confirm what that is.
Yeah, let me correct that. I apologize for that. That was a leftover from the prior memorandum that we had done for the commissioners. These are all for the Team Academy Charter School.
Okay, so
through you, Mr. President, please, I would like to remind everyone, please state your name and association for the record each time you speak for recording and minute purposes.
Yes, thank you. That was Bernard Davis who responded.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Davis. So North Star, that was just a typo. North Star has no function in this transaction.
That is correct. That's Bernard Davis.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Mr. McInerney.
I don't have any other questions that haven't been answered. The main issue here was getting confirmation from bond counsel that the bonds are not guaranteed by the ECIA nor the County of Essex. And so that's the key concern. The other issue that I raised when we were discussing was whether or not, the ECIA looked at these transactions in any ways that provide due diligence, and there is levels of diligence done. Although the county's not responsible for the debt on this, I still feel that at times, we should look at deals and provide some level of review, which ECI has done. But also, the PNC Capital, who's underwriting this, has done a review, and our bond counsel has. So there's a number of layers of review on this. That doesn't guarantee the bonds will get paid. As Mr. Davis pointed out in our conversations, the bonds are not guaranteed by the revenue of the school, but just by the guarantee of the school. So that said, I think from our standpoint, without getting in the weeds on this, our standpoint is that nobody at the county level, both ECIA or County of Essex, is responsible or guaranteeing any part or all of this debt.
Yeah, Steve Rother here. There was another level of review that hasn't been mentioned to you, and that is in addition to having Bernard Davis as our bond counsel, we hired John Drakowitz as our issuers counsel. So we had two attorneys literally look through all of these documents.
Yes, and to be honest with you, I did speak to John Drakowitz this afternoon about it. Just not that there was anything missing, just to get a little bit more of an overview of what role he played. And so again, bond counsel at that level also was involved, including Mr. Davis, who's an expert in this field.
Mr. President, I have some questions.
Commissioner Sebo.
Thank you. Perhaps this is curiosity. First of all, you stated that 275 Sussex Avenue was going to be totally renovated, correct?
This is Bernard Davis. That is correct.
Okay, now, I was on the Essex County Vocational School Board when we sold the North 13th Street School, and all the students were moved to West Market Street at that time. And nothing much has been done to that building since we sold it. Are you going to renovate that building?
I'll permit one of the representatives to answer that question.
I can answer it. This is Gabriella DiFilippo. We are doing an interior renovation of that building. We had to do some reconfiguring of interior spaces for classrooms. So it's not a gut renovation. It's an interior renovation to allow us to offer the number of classrooms we need. So cosmetic improvements, paint, new floor. We are doing some infrastructure improvements like a new roof. We've installed some bathrooms previously, so it really is mostly interior. You wouldn't see a lot of difference from the outside.
What about air conditioning? There have been a lot of complaints lately because of the weather, and the schools are so hot because of the weather we're having. And what are you going to do about air conditioning?
We make sure that all of our classrooms have air conditioning units installed.
Please put your name.
Oh, sorry, Gabriella DiFilippo responding again. Sorry. We make sure that all of our classrooms have air conditioning units installed if there isn't already a central air system in the building.
Because I don't believe there's central air.
Yeah, there is not. So each of the classrooms has cooling units in them.
That will be included in the renovation.
In the classrooms that we haven't already installed classrooms in, but yes, correct.
And the other school will be totally renovated.
The other school will have central air. That is correct. Gabriella again, sorry.
Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for a very strong overview there. It was something that we discussed at leadership that we wanted to ensure we got a full picture, and I think we got that today. From your position on the ECIA, if you can describe to us why it is you select these kinds of projects, and also if we could hear from school representatives, kind of give us an overview of your school, how many students, things of that nature, to give us a better sense of what's going to be happening at these buildings.
Mr. Rother, do you want to respond?
Why the ECIA? I'll respond as to why we accept these projects.
Who's speaking?
Steve Rother. Steve Rother is speaking. We accept these projects and other very similar projects where the sponsors are not-for-profits that are providing services to the citizens throughout the county. We also accept those kinds of financings where there is fee income that would come in that is going to be used for the benefit of the county. Obviously, Essex County Improvement Authority uses its profits to finance projects on behalf of Essex County. So where we can generate revenue for that purpose, and we're doing it for not-for-profits that are serving residents throughout the county, those are the kind of projects that we want to do, particularly where there is no liability for either the county or the authority.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And can we hear maybe from one of the school representatives to give us an overview of the school, how many students you'd anticipate there, and any special programs that you may be running out of these buildings?
Sure, this is Steve Small speaking for the school. Thanks everyone for your time and engagement on the topic. Yes, can expand on this if helpful, but at a high level, each of the facilities we're talking about this evening, when fully enrolled, will serve just over 1,000 students, and in both cases in grades kindergarten through 8th. The 13th Street facility will have enrollment of roughly that amount in this coming school year. And the 275 Sussex project will be renovated over the course of the next year or so and open next summer with about half of its anticipated full capacity. And then it will grow over the first couple of years to that, full 1,000+ student figure. And in total, in case it's helpful, across the city of Newark in the 21-22 school year, we will educate at these facilities and the other ones in which we operate about around 6,000 students.
Thank you. Mr. President, that's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. President, this is Commissioner Luciano. I have a question.
Sure. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'm sorry you can't see me on the screen. I had some technical difficulties with the, I don't know if it's the thunderstorms or what was happening. But my question regarding this, and maybe Mr. Rother or Mr. Or someone on our end can answer this question is, and Mr. Rother said that the reason why Essex County and the ECIA is even involved in this is that the county is going to generate or make revenue. Do we know how much that revenue is? That's the first tier question I have. And then the second tier question I have is, why we would get involved in making revenue off an entity or a school that's making revenue off of taxpayers in Newark. Because if I'm not mistaken, charter schools are generating revenue, right? That's how they're going to pay back this. I don't know how much they make, and I would wonder if maybe that's a question we should ask is, how much does team actually make revenue-wise yearly on the back of taxpayers? And then, why would we, as county elected officials, support also making revenue on the back of the taxpayers of Newark? If we're making revenue off someone who's making revenue off of taxes, we're just as the same, if not any different. So my question is, I don't know if we can get those exact raw numbers, but I'm just a little confused because for us as Essex County to be involved, it sounded like Mr. Rother said we're making money or we're generating revenue. So I don't know if someone could kind of tie this together for me so I feel more comfortable voting for it. Because right now I don't feel comfortable making revenue off the taxpayers of Newark.
I can tell you that the fee income that improvement authorities can earn are fixed by the state of New Jersey, and they are a fraction of a percent of the initial amount, and then a smaller fraction, actually 0.1% of the balance of the bond issue each year. So it's a relatively small percentage, but it is funds that we can earn from the many projects that we finance to make yet other projects that the taxpayers throughout the county can benefit from. We may be taking it from taxpayers, so to speak, but it's going back to taxpayers in projects that they use throughout the county.
For you, Mr. President, a reminder, please, every time you speak, please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Steve Rother again. Sorry, Steve Rother again answering that question.
Mr. President.
Mr. McInerney?
Yes, we had a similar discussion with Mr. Rother and Mr. Davis. Mr. Rother was pointed out that and rightfully so, Essex County Improvement Authority has an operating budget that has to be funded. And if it's not funded by fees that it earns via these types of transactions, it has to be funded by the county, which would be taxpayer dollars as well. In addition, he made it clear that revenues from the airport that the ECIA controls and operates are exclusive to the cost of the airport. Therefore, any windfall from airport revenues cannot be used for his operating budget, unless it's specifically allocated, I would assume. So it was pretty clear that there are expenses of ECIA. I want to remind the board that I have been following and trying to keep the board abreast from time to time, a very extensive lawsuit that's been happening in the county of Essex. And I won't go into much more detail than that, but we did have a private meeting. We called Mr. Rother in at one point in time about a year ago to discuss it, to see where it's at. That's still going on. And the legal fees are exorbitant. So the ECIA uses whatever resources it can gain from its purpose in order to pay bills like that as well. Otherwise, again, that would have to come from the county of Essex. We've been doing these deals forever, both private and public. On the public side, we used to do a lot with the county of Essex through the ECIA, and that's come to some sort of end. Back before the DiVincenzo administration, it was handled that way. County finances were going through the ECIA. So that kind of dried up on the ECIA side too, because the county was paying fees. They're still paying fees on those older bond issues, but there's nothing new that I recall. So that is what the conversation was about when we discussed these fees. And I think Commissioner Luciano point is answered, given both the explanation from myself and Mr. Rother. At least I hope it is.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McInerney, but I think you only answered half of the commissioner's question. The other half was, I don't think you can answer. I think it was directed to team and the other folks. There was another part to the question. Commissioner Luciano, you want to restate your question?
Yeah, well, just again, and thank you for everybody. Again, we're making revenue off somebody who's making revenue. So my question becomes, at what point do we do our due diligence, or do we just stamp this along? And do we ask the question of, well, how much revenue do you make that you can pay back, the tens of millions of dollars that you're borrowing? Do we have a threshold? Do we get to know that question, to know, well, okay, we'll stamp off and sign it if we know they make $200,000 a year in revenue? Or do they have to make $20 million a year in revenue? Do you see my question? It's like you're asking us to go out there and support the ECIA, to support the bond, but I don't know how much you make or how much you don't make. I don't know if anyone else on the board knows this answer, or even if Frank McInerney, our budget consultant, knows that answer. Who are we supporting to take a loan? Are we supporting somebody that we know is in the black, or are they in the red? How do we know this if we don't see any raw numbers?
It's Steve Rother, but if I can point out that is done by the rating agencies, and that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Davis. The rating agencies very carefully analyze all of that. It's not as critical for the authority of the county because we're not liable, but the rating agencies, which is putting a rating on this bond, is very much concerned with whether they will be able to generate enough revenue to pay all of these expenses.
And Mr. Rother, you're saying we're not liable, but we're also making money off the deal. So again, I'm going to circle back to, and put my hat on. I just, again, I'm not comfortable. I don't care who the entity is. You're asking us as a board to vote and support something and somebody and some entity that we don't know anything about. Then the rating agency should share what their findings with us. That would be my feeling. If not, again, I'm not comfortable with it. I can't speak for the other board members. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable because I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea except someone saying that the Essex County is making some kind of money off this and you want our approval, but we really don't even know if that's ever going to come to fruition because we don't know if we're loaning money to someone who's making money or how much money they're making.
Mr. President, can I ask a question?
Mr. Polavecchio.
Mr. President.
Is the question from Commissioner Luciano, does he want to know how the school, I'm calling it the school, sorry, I'm just trying to get their name, the Friends of Team Charter Schools, how they plan to repay this debt? Is that the question, where they're getting those funds from?
Right, that's the question. Yes.
Okay, so I think there's probably someone on the call who could answer how the debt is going to be repaid by the Friends of Team Charter. There's somebody there, Mr.
Okay, Steve Small, could you respond?
Yes, sorry, I was just on mute. This is Steve Small. Sure, it's a good question. Thank you. The school, and forgive me if any of this is background knowledge that you already have and therefore redundant, but I'll be brief and then can expand on whatever is helpful. So the school is publicly funded like all other charter schools in the state. We receive about 90% of the per student funding that the neighboring district, North Public Schools, receive for their students. So almost as much, but not quite. And out of that per student funding that we receive each year based on our enrollment and the per student amount that's determined by the State Department of Education and through the budget process, we're utilizing a portion of that to pay rent to, in this case, Friends of Team for the 275 Sussex property, and in the case of the North 13th Street property to pay debt service on the loan. The amount of our revenue that we're paying to go to fund the rent payments and the debt payments amounts to about 10% or so of the amount we receive in revenue per year. So in other words, the other 90% goes towards all the other expenses associated with providing education. And as was in terms of our ability to make the payments and sustain, our operations and continue to provide strong education, that is vetted by a number of folks, S&P among them, currently have an investment grade rating from S&P. And then also the folks who will be buying the bonds will be doing their own assessment to ensure that they believe that we'll be able to repay the debt in full. Happy to expand on any of that if helpful.
Yeah, and one other point should be made, with Steve Rother again, one other point should be made, that if not-for-profits didn't come to improvement authorities around the state, like the ECIA, and pay these fraction of a percent by way of a fee, they would not get tax-exempt financing, and they would have to pay a heck of a lot more in order to finance these projects.
Mr. President, this is Commissioner Cooper.
Commissioner Cooper, go ahead.
The gentleman who was just speaking, can you please expand upon that? If they did not receive the financing from us through this mechanism, what would the interest rates look like? How would the project be financed?
So go to a bank and have to pay taxable investment. Steve Rother, but perhaps Bernard, you can expand upon that for me, please.
No, hold on. No. My question is simple. Through this process, the interest rate is what? If they weren't using this process and they went through the conventional bank financing, as you just described, the interest rate would be what?
I can't express that. I know it'll be significantly higher. Someone is on the phone, I'm sure, here, who can give us some idea about the spread there.
Dwight Berg is on the phone. Dwight, could you help us?
Hi, this is Dwight Berg, a municipal advisor for Friends of Teen Charter Schools. Tax-exempt bonds receive favorable interest rates because the bondholders don't have to pay income tax at the federal or state level on the interest that they receive. And that translates, in our case, we're thinking we're going to get an interest rate of around, for the longest coupons, around 2.7 to 3%. If we had to do the bonds as taxable, we would have probably at least a 20% higher interest rate. So that would be closer to 3 to 3.4%. So we would be paying about 0.3 to 0.4% higher interest rate, which is about 3 to 4 times the fee that Mr. Rother was talking about.
Earlier in the presentation, someone said that the county isn't liable. What does that mean exactly? If First Team, am I saying their name correct, default on this debt, who's responsible for repaying it?
This is Bernard Davis. The bondholders will have a mortgage on each of the facilities. The facilities could be reutilized to another school. But if there's a default, they would not get paid. They get paid from whatever liquidated fees would come in from the liquidation of the facilities. There is also a debt service reserve fund equal to about 10% of the bond amount that'll secure the bondholders. So if there's a short-term default, in other words, there's a downturn in the population of the schools, but the schools are still viable, the reserve fund would be there to bridge the gap in the revenues, and the bonds would remain outstanding. But if there's a complete collapse, the facilities would be liquidated, sold, and bondholders would be paid, and nobody would be responsible after that for the shortfall.
What's the term of this process? Is it 10 years, 20 years? How long is it?
This is Bernard Davis. The bond issue could go out for 35 years.
Okay. And are the schools only open to Newark residents, or is this one of the schools that's open to kids in the region or the county? How does this one work, these two schools?
I'll defer to Gabriella on that.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Gabriella DiFilippo. Sorry, Steve, I got this one. Our schools are open to Newark residents first, and if there isn't enough demand from Newark students, we can enroll students from other districts, but we typically have enough demand from Newark residents that we fill our open seats with Newark students. We do have families who do move outside of Newark into adjacent communities in Essex County, and they can remain in our schools. They are legally allowed to do so.
My last question, Mr. President, how long has First Team's charter school been around? How long have you guys been in business?
I'll go Gabriella again. We opened our first school in Newark in 2002. So 19 years.
Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Gill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just following back up on this question of who the borrower could be. So did Team Charter School explore any other potential borrower besides the Improvement Authority to issue these bonds?
Hi, this is Bernard Davis again. Traditionally, we had done these bond issues through the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, and we've done several for Team and North Star and some of the other charter schools in the area. I don't know if it's due to the current volume of loans that the authority is saddled with in dealing with the COVID downturn, but their ability to move ahead with the bond issue has become very unpredictable. As you can see, the intent is with Sussex Avenue to open by next summer, and we need predictability, and timing is essential to the financing. So they have come to the ECIA as a vehicle for issuing the bonds.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Gill, were you done?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm done.
Mr. McInerney?
Just so we're clear here, who's borrowing the money? My understanding, and I'll ask Mr. Davis to confirm it, that there's a conduit entity that borrows the money and leases the schools, goes into a lease arrangement with the school. Can you explain that, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I'll expand on that. This is Bernard Davis. The 275 Sussex Avenue location will be owned by the entity, the Friends of Team Charter Schools, whose IRS designation is to support the Team Charter School Academy. The vocational school site was purchased by the academy itself because as part of the RFP process for the sale, it had to be a school that was purchasing it. So the money that will be utilized for that facility will, the borrower under the bond issue will be the Friends of entity. And with respect to the 13th Street facility, they will turn around and lend a portion of those bond proceeds to the academy for the purpose of renovating the facility. So about $6,700,000 of the bond proceeds will be in the form of a loan. But with respect to the 275 Sussex Avenue facility, it will be, as described, a lease between the Friends of and the Academy.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. McInerney, can I just ask a follow-up question? President.
Commissioner Gill, go ahead.
I just want to again make sure that I understand though. So as to what was just described, the authority, I'm just going off the language in the resolution, the authority is authorized under state statute to finance public facilities. Is that correct?
Bernard Davis, that's correct.
Okay. And however, the borrower in this case is a separate. The borrower is the Friends of Team Charter School Incorporated. However, again, we're I guess this is a question for both Mr. Parlavecchio and Mr. McInerney as well. We are more than comfortable that what was just described meets the threshold for financing something for a public building. Probably doing a poor job articulating that question, but
No, I can answer.
a pretty complicated transaction that was just described to us.
Yeah.
So what you're telling us is that meets the test for the improvement authority to finance something for a public building.
So Commissioner Gill, it's Michael Parlavecchio. If I have your question right, I'm going to ask the ECIA to expand on it. I don't think the ECIA or improvement authorities are limited to funding just for public buildings. I think that's a portion of what they can do, but I think they can go beyond that. I think Mr. Rother talked about what they like to do and help, and nonprofits was amongst the groups that they do finance, but I would ask Mr. Davis and Mr. Rother to expand on that. My point is, I don't think they're limited to public entities or public buildings.
This is Bernard Davis, that's correct. And part of our role as bond counsel is to give an opinion as to the due authorization of the bonds. And this is fully within the purview of the county improvement authority's law to issue bonds for projects of this type. One of the many types of facilities that an improvement authority can finance is for not-for-profit entities. And both entities, in this case, the Friends of and the Academy, have received their 501c3 designations from the Internal Revenue Service. So they're fully qualified to undertake these projects under the County Improvement Authority law.
Mr. President, can I add something to that?
Sure. Mr. McInerney.
I just wanted to bring up another ECI financing that the board approved. It might have been a couple of years ago, but it was $100 million financing through the ECI for Covanta. Covanta is the operator of the resource recovery facility, the incinerator. I think I got that right, Covanta. Is that correct, Steve? Is that the correct corporate name?
Yes. Yes,
So,
I think that's correct.
That was $100 million deal that we did where we were, again, ECIA earned fees on, and we were merely just a conduit. We put no personal guarantee on, and that was more of a for-profit entity. So, you know, that is an example of in the past.
If I may, I just want to follow up on that Covanta. So, I hear you that, you know, it may be a good revenue generator, but it's been a source of a lot of pollution issues in the East Ward. So I don't know if that was something we should have been involved in anyway, because there are a lot of lawsuits and a lot of other things going on around Covanta. So to me, that's a bad example.
Mr. President, I was just using it as on the financing side, certainly not making any opinion on the quality of the or the, you know,
understood.
Surrounding that.
Understood. But I have Commissioner Gill, you have another question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, no, I think that's, again, I think, like, I appreciate that answer. It just, and however, even though there are, I guess, other authorizations for the authority, I mean, we're making clear, in my opinion, that we're doing this for a public space to support a public institution. So again, I can appreciate that there are other categories that the authority is authorized to issue bonds for, but for this particular project, we're issuing them to or what we're representing, in my mind, through this resolution is that we're doing this to finance a public space.
Someone want to answer Commissioner Gill's question?
This is Bernard Davis. Again, the Improvement Authority law, I think, tends to lump together the description of facilities when they describe a public facility. But again, at the risk of repeating myself, I think that one of the categories for the approval of facilities and the financing of facilities by the Improvement Authority is for not-for-profits. And the role here of the commissioners is to review and approve what the Improvement Authority has said, in terms of its ability to go ahead and finance these bonds. As I said, our firm will give an opinion that these bonds are fully within the purview of the County Improvement Authority's law.
So just to follow up on that, Mr. President, so there would be no reason then to include, and I'm not sure who, again, this question may be for Mr. Parlavecchio as well, but then there's no reason to have that point made clear in the resolution itself.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand that part.
Meaning we're listing in the resolution that the authority that I'm on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4 of the resolution, it says, whereas the authority is authorized under this act to issue revenue bonds for the authority to finance public facilities, including this type. So to me, that again says we're determining this is a public facility, even though they have authorization for nonprofits and other things.
If I may, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken, charter schools are public schools.
Mr. Jackson.
If I may, Mr. President, I believe charter schools are public schools, hence their ability to get tax dollars. So in the statement, charter schools are public schools.
So,
charter school, excuse me, Bernard Davis, charter schools are recognized as public schools by law. So if I may, looking at the statute, Bernard Davis again, the term public facility as used in the statute is extremely broad, and it means any lands, structures, etc., financed by the authority. So it's extremely broad, and whether it's in the nature of a public facility like a train station, it's any facility financed by the authority, which is what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the categories of borrowers are, as I say, are not-for-profits.
Not-for-profits. And again, forgive me, Friends of Team Charter is a, and I know you've run through it a couple of times, but Friends of Team Charter Schools Incorporated is a.
It is, this is Bernard Davis. It is a not-for-profit corporation which has received a 501c3 designation by the Internal Revenue Service.
Got it. And I apologize. I know you've said that a couple of times, but now
Yeah.
it's okay.
That's quite all right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Commissioners, any other questions? So I have one. I think is I can't remember the gentleman who was just speaking said that things are brought to the board that are recommended by ECIA, and that the board is just supposed to approve it. Did I get that wrong? Isn't that what we just said?
Yeah, the statute, if I may, and I didn't mean to diminish the activity. This is Bernard Davis. Diminish the activity of the commissioners, but what the statute requests is that once the authority has approved the project, and with the pre-approval of the county executive, they're asked to, before we can go ahead with the bond resolution, approve a resolution consenting to what the authority has done.
But that's not what you said a couple minutes ago. That's not.
Well,
you said that the ECIA approves the project and that the Board of Commissioners is just supposed to approve it.
Well,
so it doesn't matter what you bring to us, that we're just supposed to rubber stamp it. So it doesn't even make sense for us to ask questions if that's the way that you view it.
This is Bernard Davis. I apologize if that's the impression that you received. It was not my intent. What I was trying to do is paraphrase what the statute says, and that is to ask that you consent to what the authority has approved. And in addition to the levels of approval that we've sought already, the local finance board in the Department of Community Affairs had reviewed the project and approved it as well.
I have a question for Ms. DiFilippo. Sorry if I messed your name up.
You did it beautifully.
Okay. So my question is, the 90% that you get from the state, is that used for renovations or purchase of any buildings?
Well, it depends. We sometimes do use the money for direct renovations and other times to pay rent.
So what you get per pupil can be used for rent and or renovations.
And or debt service payments if under certain conditions.
Do you know what that percentage might be?
The percent that we spend on
rent
occupancy?
And or renovations and that kind of stuff?
Yes, actually, I'll kick that one to my colleague, Steve Small, who knows this number slightly better than I do.
Thank you.
Sure, this is Steve Small. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question. Is the question about what the funding we receive from state and local sources is eligible to be used for, or are you looking to understand approximately what portion of the funding we receive goes towards, facilities, quote unquote?
Well, answer both since you posed it.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, so the funding that we receive, the vast majority of it, and we try and maximize the amount that is going to the types of expenses that most directly impact, students and student outcomes. So, we're trying to spend the vast majority on things like salaries of teachers and other folks who support our kids. And then, but because of the way that the laws and regulations work for charter schools, as we discussed, we also need to use part of the funding we receive to, to pay for the space, the school space that we use to provide instruction, either almost always through rent, and in very rare circumstances, in our case, just one out of all of our schools, which is the North 13th Street property, is the school entity, the actual owner of the building. On balance, currently, we spend a little bit less than $1,000 per student out of the approximately $16,000 we receive per student per year on rent and debt service.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, this is Commissioner Cooper. I have a question.
Commissioner Cooper, go ahead.
Probably Mr. Parlavecchio or Mr. McInerney could answer. Is this the same school corporation that we did funding like this for a couple of years back? Is this similar?
Cooper, is it similar? I don't think it's the same group, but I do recall we did it. The board had a consent resolution for a similar kind of bond issuance, but I don't think it was the same group.
This is Bernard Davis. Perhaps I can answer that. Last year, we did 2 bond issues through the Improvement Authority for the uncommon schools, which in their banner school, it's a North Star Academy. So last year, we did similar approvals for charter school, but a different group.
Similar, and how are those bonds performing? Is the school system meeting its obligation, the school corporation at that time?
This is Bernard Davis. Yes, they are.
Mr. Parlavecchio, so the one that we did last year, there was discussion about going to, and thank you, Mr. President, for bringing up that point. It was presented initially as if we should just be rubber stamping this. And so a part of me was like, why is this before us then? If you don't need us, why are you seeking our approval? So I want to make sure I understand correctly. This is a nonprofit corporation similar to like the way we did last year. They're issuing bonds. They're responsible for servicing the debt. And if they default, the county residents, they're not on the hook for it. They're a standalone separate corporation.
That's right.
Did I get that right?
The county, right, the county is not providing a guarantee, nor is the ECIA on this. So by extension, taxpayers aren't on the hook for the guarantee.
And why do we have to give our authority? Like, why do we have to approve this?
So the state has a body of law, the County Improvement Authority law, and as part of that, the county governing body, this board, has to provide consent to the bond issuance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one other question. So this is this bond is up to 60 million, correct?
This is Bernard Davis. That is correct.
So what is the minimum?
I'm sorry, say again.
So the minimum is $1 from $1 to 60 million?
Well, 60 million, as Bernard Davis, is on the high estimate of what we would need. Not all the contracts are out for bid yet. We will also fund that reserve fund that I alluded to, and capitalize interest to pay interest on bonds during the renovation. So it does add up. Right now, the estimate is 41 million will be spent on Sussex Avenue, and 6.7 million will be spent on 13th Street. But if we come in with a number that's too low, then we'd have to come back and go through all the approvals again.
Makes sense. Got it. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Vice President Pomares and a second from Commissioner Mercado to take resolution 15. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, roll call.
Commissioner Sebo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano,
Present, not voting.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Good night.
Let's move to resolution 16 through 18. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. County Council Gassion will handle these items.
Ms. Gassion, you're on mute.
For trouble too.
You may have to go to either Jay Coultry or Mr. Jackson's office.
We can't hear you, Courtney. You want to come down to my office?
Deborah Davis Ford.
Something with this.
Oh, boy.
There's still hope, Mr. President. We'll be done before midnight.
Yeah.
I think you need to have Carl on these meetings to explain the fifth floor Wi-Fi.
He's on.
Where is he?
He's probably hiding at this point.
May want to consider rewiring that facility.
Mr. Jackson, you want to move to 19 through 21 while we wait?
Certainly, sir. Mr. Brown, Maurice Brown will handle these items. Director Brown.
Good evening, Mr. President and Commissioner. My name is Maurice Brown. I'm the Director for the Division of Senior Services. On number 19, the Department of Senior Citizen Services, it's approval of 2021 Senior Service Area Plan, and that is number 19. That's the reimbursement. The state actually gives us that money, and then we reimburse the county for the county's advance that they did for us earlier in the year. And that's in the amount of, I believe it's about, $4,964,261. Number 20 is the Department of Senior Services approval of amendment to the 2021 area matrix. And that is extra money that we received for the coronavirus response and relief supplemental, and that's in the price of $652,505. $195 will be going, and $195,822 will be going to ADS, the Adult Protective Services. $456,683 will be going to our nutrition, or otherwise our home delivered meals. And number 21 is a resolution of the county of Essex to enter into an interlocal service agreement with the Township of Livingston for shuttle bus service. This, I believe, started around 2015, where the Township of Livingston has an agreement with the county to pay us for service, our transportation service. And are there any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Palavecchio.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. McInerney.
I have no questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Cooper and a second from Commissioner Gill to take resolutions 19 through 21 as one. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson,
Yes.
so moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move the resolutions. Go back to 16 to 18, which are from the Office of County Counsel. Please read them into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll try it again. County Counsel Gassion is here to address these items.
Good evening. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Courtney Gassion, Essex County Council. I'm here to present resolutions 16 through 18. They are identical in nature, but for the fact that they are three different legal services providers. Resolutions 16, 17, and 18 are an extension of the existing contracts for services to the ICE detainees at the Essex County Correctional Facility. Resolution 16 is specific to Rutgers University Law School. 17 is a contract extension for Seton Hall University School of Law. And Resolution 18 is an extension of the contract that's currently in place with regard to legal services in New Jersey. Each of these contracts are in the amount of $75,000. They extend the existing contract, which currently expires on June 30th, 2021 to September 30th, 2021. So that's a 3-month extension in the amount of $75,000. This allows those entities to continue the representation of ICE detainees at the Essex County Correctional Facilities during this extended period of time as the county works with ICE in the depopulation of the ICE detainee population at the Essex County Correctional Facility. We have representatives from the 3 legal service providers on the line with us tonight. We have Lena Kandawala from Rutgers. We have Valerica Teji from Seton Hall. And we have Rakiba Hugh from Legal Services of New Jersey, if you have any questions for the providers.
Mr. Palavecchio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Gassion. I think my question, if it doesn't go to you, may go collectively to the 3 providers. Who first, I think we can thank for having done really an excellent job for their clients. You mentioned, Ms. Gassion mentioned the depopulation of the Essex County Correctional Facility that will be taking place, where the ICE detainees will be leaving that facility, leaving the county facility by some point this summer. And these contracts that we have will take us through the end of September. So my question is there a plan, or is there feasibility of continued representation? Let me take a step back. Assuming that the detainees are moved to another facility outside of Essex County, will one or all or any of the 3 providers continue to provide immigration legal services to those individuals in their next, the next place that they are they'll be housed?
Through you, Mr. President, Courtney Gassione, Essex County Council, I will defer to any of the three providers to respond to that question.
Vicky Bahak from Legal Services New Jersey. Thank you for the question. I can answer, and then some of my colleagues can jump in as well. But basically, there's two considerations here. One is certainly our professional.
I didn't catch your name.
Sorry, this is Ricky Bahak from Legal Services in New Jersey.
Thank you.
Sure. So certainly under our professional and ethical obligations, we certainly would seek to represent clients wherever they might end up. The only component that's out of our control really is where they end up and what access there might be or not be to be able to speak with our clients confidentially and as frequently and as we need to adequately prepare them and represent them before the court. So that's just something that we don't know, but our intention is certainly to fulfill our obligations to our clients and continue representing them.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
So I'm sorry, Mr. McInerney?
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. President.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Gill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, first off, this process, I want to thank our providers. As you know, Mr. President, this was something early on in our tenure and leadership together that we approached the administration very early on to help fund. And we're pleased to see that eventually we were able to convince the administration to fund this at a level that was greater than any other county that I'm aware of that had immigration detainees. I believe close, if not to, or greater than what we were seeing from a statewide perspective. I think that our providers have done an excellent job in providing as close to universal as representation, which was at least always my goal in wanting to make sure that we had this program available to our immigration detainees, and want to make sure that we continue to get this balance as we wind down or depopulate the detainees in the facility. Understanding that these amounts will hopefully be coming down because we will no longer need, at least in Essex County, these services for our immigration detainees, and also hope that this is a sign, at least by the administration, that we have no plans to enter into any one of these contracts again, nor ever house any ICE detainees in any of our correctional facilities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Commissioner McConnell, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank each of the providers for the services that they've been providing the detainees, and I want to also thank Commissioner Gill for his leadership in moving this universal representation to where it's at. It was very important for us, and we all felt that was a real need, and we were able to deliver. I am in total support of the extension of this contract to allow for the entities to continue to represent them, and as they depopulate, to be able to transition them to where they go. I also want to thank the administration for taking the initiative to move this, to ask for this extension, and I wholeheartedly support this extension. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Sebo.
I attended by phone most of the task force meetings. And these three groups were represented at these meetings, and they explained fully exactly what they were doing. Also, the detention center explained fully also what it was doing to make the situation better for those who are being housed as ICE detainees. So I want to thank the groups for doing so much work to help the ICE detainees. They really succeeded in what they did. And I want to personally thank them for what I listened to and heard for this entire time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Susan. Commissioner VP Pomaris.
Thank you, sir. I also want to share my thoughts with the providers that have worked with us that have done an excellent job since day one. I think Mr. Parlavecchio asked a couple of very important questions and you addressed them earlier. But I want to make sure that we hear from the other two providers as well to give them an opportunity to share and perhaps respond to Mr. Parlavecchio's questions in terms of how they will be able to work with the balance of this contract as we wind down the contracts, the population at our facility. So we can hear perhaps from the other two, that would be great.
Thank you, VP.
Hi, this is Anju Gupta from Rutgers. I don't believe that Courtney mentioned my name, but I just wanted to say that I'm here as well. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm the director of the clinic at Rutgers. And I agree with everything that Rakiba said. We, even if folks are moved out of the facility, we still have a professional obligation to continue representation. So, we certainly need the continued funding to be able to carry out those cases. And, as we know, people are being sent out of state and, or where, we don't even know. And so certainly there's a lot of work to be done to represent them or find local counsel or co-counsel in these various places if we're not able to represent them remotely. So yeah, there's certainly a lot of work to be done moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And our last provider, who's our representative for the last provider?
Yes, good evening. This is Likaria Taji, Managing Attorney at Seton Hall Law for the Detained Project. Thank you so much for hearing us today. I am just going to echo what my other two colleagues mentioned. We certainly have plenty of work to do, and we definitely have ongoing commitment to our clients. We have ethical responsibilities to our clients, and the fact that the contract is winding down does not mean that we have less work to do. Our work continues in the litigation front, and we now represent the Essex detainees. We continue representation at the Board of Immigration Appeals level, as well as before the Third Circuit, and to the extent that we have the ability to represent them when they are transferred out of state, we continue to do so. Whether jurisdiction has been moved to a different state or not, if we do have the capacity. And again, this is why we need this ongoing support so we can continue to do the work whether our clients are physically here or not. Thank you very much again for your support today and for hearing us out.
No, thank you. Thank you for that answer. So that opens up, Commissioner McCarty, you have another question?
Yes, if I may, Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we have a ICE subcommittee meeting next week, and I hope and anticipate that we can have a further conversation about what that plan is and in terms of how that representation rolls out when you depopulate. And hopefully we can get some numbers and some data in terms of, how many clients have you served, how many clients do you presently have, and what work, as you mentioned, as the representative mentioned, there's a lot of work to do as they wind down. So we like to hear a little bit more about that next week during our committee meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mercado. So you're saying that the three providers will be a part of the subcommittee meeting next week? Is my understanding correct?
Yes, we've asked the administration to have the Rutgers, Seton Hall Law, and Legal Services in New Jersey participate in the committee meeting next week.
Outstanding. So I just have, I too want to thank each and every one of the providers for all that you do and your committed and continued support of these detainees. And so my question really is, once we depopulate and they go to other places, and you guys are still going to be representing them. So how can we continue to be helpful in that process? You have a 3-month extension. Is that satisfactory? Don't all speak at once.
This is Rakiba from Legal Services. Oh, go ahead, Anju, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rakiba, it's fine.
Oh, thank you. So this is Rakiba from Legal Services, and it's a great question. I think there are a lot of unknowns for us because if I can just get into a little bit more detail, we have the current group of people and clients who are still at Essex County during this depopulation period, who, as I think all of us have mentioned, we, if we can't get them released or transferred in state, might end up in places where we don't know yet if it's going to be feasible for us to actually represent them. I mean, the intent, the desire, and the goal is there, but there are some facilities privately run, for example, all over the country where people don't answer. We don't have the transparency communication that we did, for example, with the county here. And we're not sure that we could even speak to our clients there. We're not sure if we're going to be depriving them of certain rights by appearing remotely from here or trying to change venue back to Elizabeth when they might be able to appear in person from where they are. So there's just a lot of unknowns. I think we would appreciate an ongoing conversation with the county of additional funding should there be a concrete way we can continue to help people. The other thing I think I wanted to raise that Anju mentioned as well, but to crystallize it further, is that the depopulation of Essex County Correctional Facility doesn't mean an end to NJ ICE detention. We already know concretely that there are New Jersey residents, many from Essex County and from other counties who are still being detained, and now with nowhere to be held here, they are being immediately transferred to York, to Buffalo, to Louisiana, and other far-flung places across the country. So there's that consideration as well, that even though there might not be an Essex County correctional detention link, there are still Essex County residents and residents of New Jersey who are going to be detained by ICE elsewhere. And certainly we are looking into ways, same things, there are a lot of unknowns, but we're looking into ways that we can hopefully assist, represent.
Thank you so much. So if you could do this for us, I think I could speak for the board on this. If there's a way that you could follow these folks and the ones that you can still participate in their on their legal behalf, and you can come up with a number of how many of those folks you can still stay involved in, could be very helpful in terms of expanding the revenue that you guys need, because the number is going to be far less in terms of how many people you're actually going to be able to work on behalf. But if there's a way that you could get that number of folks that you could still stay involved in and you can still have an impact on, that would be helpful for this board.
This is Anju Gupta from Rutgers again. I think that issue really depends on where the county wants to focus its efforts, right? So if the issue, if we are to continue to only focus on ECCF detainees, then, that is a limited population that will continue obviously to decrease, right? Although there may be, some kind of long-term cases that where we're still representing folks for a while. But if there is a desire to help the New Jersey or the Essex County residents and their families who are impacted by those residents being sent elsewhere, then I think that is, a different issue, and one that we would be happy to explore. So far it's been really hard to get information about where people are, where they're being sent, and how, and numbers, and all of that. But we certainly think that that's a very big problem right now as well.
So if you guys could look at it from both perspectives, that would be helpful. The New Jersey residents and their families who are being impacted, and those folks that you can still have an effect on. And then we have to figure out how we do it.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
And this is Rakiba from Legal Services. I think I got cut off at some point, but it sounds like Anju carried on perfectly. So sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you. All right. Mr. Polavecchio.
No, that was great information. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Vice President Pomares and a second Commissioner Sebo to take 16 through 18. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper. Absent. Commissioner Gill.
Yes.
Commissioner Graham.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Mercado.
Yes.
Commissioner Siebel.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares.
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's move to resolutions 22 through 26 and 40 and 41, which are from the Department of Parks. We will read them into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Zates will handle these items.
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. Number 22 is a support resolution for Green Acres applications for various nonprofits that are applying for county park projects. Specifically, these are the Branchbrook Park Alliance for improvements to the Southern Division of Branchbrook Park, Spark for improvements to Independence Park, Zoological Society for the Asian exhibit at Turtleback Zoo, the Essex County Park Foundation also for the Asian exhibit at the Turtleback Zoo, the South Mountain Conservancy for improvements to South Mountain Reservation, and the Brookdale Park Alliance for improvements to Brookdale Park. This is simply just a resolution in support of those entities applying for a Green Acres grant. Number 23 is a contract award or contract extension to Aramark Sports to provide food and boat concessions over at Verona Park. The amount of revenue coming to the county is $74,000 over the 2 years, and then there's an additional 4% should Aramark reach over the amount of $140,001 in each of those years. Number 24 is approval of reprogramming of a portion of a historical commission local history grants fund. If this board can recall, back on February 10th of this year, as part of resolution 2021-00126, the Oakside Bloomfield Cultural Center was awarded a $2,700 operating support grant. Since that time, the Oakdale property has been taken over by the Township of Bloomfield. Therefore, the Oakside Bloomfield Cultural Center can no longer accept the grant. So this is a reprogramming of that grant amount now to Bloomfield, but it would still serve the Oakside Bloomfield Cultural Center. Number 25 is a contract award to TKE Elevator Corporation to provide elevator maintenance for the Turtleback Zoo parking garage. Specifically, this is the parking garage furthest from Northfield Avenue. It's the one near the train, and it's an amount not to exceed $10,080 for a 12-month agreement. Number 26 is a contract award to Railroad Construction Company of South Jersey for the railroad improvements over at the zoo. Specifically, this is going to enable the county to run 2 trains simultaneously. This is signal and crossing upgrades over at the zoo. It'll improve visitor safety, as required by the DCA Amusement Division. As I said, it'll allow for 2 trains to run. Currently, the signals will signal for one train to stop, and then obviously the other train to move forward and whatnot. And I believe we have a representative from the country on the line, from the company, sorry.
Yes, Chris D'Alicio, Vice President of Railroad Construction Company of South Jersey. We're a South Jersey-based company out of Paulsboro, New Jersey, a 4th-generation railroad contractor, 100% unionized. We have roughly 50 to 80 employees, depending on the time of year. We're really excited to be working for the zoo and getting some guys back to work. We're going to be working closely with a commonly owned company, JJD Electric, who's perform all the signal and electrical work, who is also a signatory of the IBEW unions. So we'll be putting some good union working jobs back out there working. So, thank you.
Joshua, Essex Parks. Continuing on, number 40 is authorization from the Essex County Recreation Open Space Trust Fund to fund perimeter fence improvements over at Weequahic Park. This is actually the funding source for number 27. Specifically, the project will include clearing site, wrought iron fence, tree stumps, grubbing, installation 1,800 feet of new 6-foot high black ceiling fence with a metal railing for more stability, topsoiling, seeding, mulching, etc. This is for the Route 22 side of the park. Number 41 is a contract award to the street. It's in the amount of $500, which is revenue, and it's to provide mobile ice cream / food truck over at Weequahic Park. This is the first time I can remember that we've actually had a vendor over with a food truck in Weequahic. Every year we put out for this service, and unfortunately every year we can't seem to find a provider, but this year we're happy to share that we finally found someone, so we're looking forward to them starting. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Zates. Mr. Polavecchio.
Mr. President, I don't have any questions on these.
Mr. McInerney.
On resolution number 26, there were 2 bids received on that contract. The winning bid obviously was Railroad Construction Company of South Jersey, Inc. And the other company, I don't have it in front of me, I remember looking at it, was I think Railroad Construction Company, Inc. Very similar names. Were those companies related? Are they of common ownership, or are they unrelated?
Unrelated companies. There was back in the day common ownership, but they're completely separate today.
Excuse me. Please put your name on the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chris D'Alicio, Railroad Construction Company of South Jersey.
Could you say that again, please?
They were all started back in the day as one in 1926. We opened as a field office, and we split off of them about 10 years ago. And they're a completely separate company, not commonly owned. My uncle actually runs that company, and I run this company.
But there's no common ownership? There's no common facility that they work out of?
None. No, not at all.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm gonna ask one more question. So neither one would be aware of what the other one was bidding, correct?
No, they're actually a competitor.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Siebel.
On June 7th, the Open Space Trust Fund had a meeting, and we approved the increase in the fencing improvements at Weequahic Park. We had a full discussion about it, and I understand this is going to be on the Route 22 side. And there have been a lot of complaints about the fencing at Weequahic Park. So I'm hopeful that after this is taken care of, it will help in terms of the complaints about fencing in the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If you hear the thunder, I've got a thunderstorm over me right now.
Oh.
Mr. President, I have one other question.
Mr. McInerney.
On resolution 41, are there these contract awards for this ice cream vendor? Are there other proposals, RFPs going out for other parks within the county system?
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. Through you, Mr. President, we typically put out one bid, which would contain 3 parks. They are Branch Brook, Brookdale, and Weequahic. We put that bid out. We did not receive any proposals for Brookdale or Branch Brook. We only received a proposal for Weequahic. We have re-advertised for Brookdale and Branch Brook, and hopefully this time we will get a vendor, and then we will happily come back to the board requesting approval for that at a later date.
Okay, one other, do any of these locations include South Mountain Reservation by the zoo or by the boathouse, where we have the boats, the reservoir?
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. No, it's specifically those 3 parks I mentioned. Something over at South Mountain. They'd be able to get items to eat over in either the arena, the boathouse itself, or the zoo.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
Mr. President, just one quick one.
Sure.
The vendor for the ice cream, is that also referred to as a peddler's license, or is that something different? I don't know if there's a technical difference between the two of them.
Joshua Zates, through you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to answer that either. All I know is that whatever requirements purchasing required, this vendor certainly met them.
Mr. Vice President, I think I can add that.
Thank you.
No, this is a little different. This is like a licensee that they're a contractor. It's a revenue producing contract, but it's not just a peddler's license.
What's the difference
between
the
concessions? It's usually it's not by contract. They come in for sometimes a limited period. This is different. This is just a different setup. It's done by not bid, but by
through this process. Okay,
it's some competitive process.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I have one. I know Mr. Coulter has asked me for several years to help him find an ice cream vendor for Weequahic Park, and I have been unsuccessful. Not because I didn't try and reach out to folks, but I'm happy to see that they finally got one where I can go and buy an ice cream off the truck after I run around the park. So, thank you.
Mr. President, Julius Mr. President, I hope Vice President Palmares can do the same in Brookdale.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Maybe I get your taco truck there. I got
there you go. Something different.
All right.
Mr. President, we got to work on finding something for Branch Brook, definitely.
Absolutely. I agree. Okay, Commissioners, I have a motion from Commissioner Sebo and a second from Commissioner Graham to take resolutions 22 through 26 and 40 and 41 as one. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sebo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado.
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Graham.
Yes.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper?
Yes.
Absent. Oh, Commissioner Cooper is here. That's a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to resolutions 27 through 34 from the Department of Public Works. We will read them into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Antonio will address these items.
Good evening, Commissioners. David Antonio, Department of Public Works. Item number 27 is a contract award to Land Tech Group, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to provide the Weequahic Park fencing improvements. This will be a 60-day contract, an amount not to exceed $240,750. The scope of work includes the installation of approximately 1,500 linear feet of fencing, removal of old fence, and restoration of any disturbed areas. Item number 28 is approval to submit a grant application and execute a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for undertaking the Lakeside Avenue Culvert Project, which is a culvert over the Wickman Brook in the township of West Orange. This is related to budget insertion found under item number 11 and will allow the county to be reimbursed for up to $537,651. Item number 29, again, is another approval to submit a grant application and execute a grant agreement with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for undertaking improvements to 4 minor culverts. These are the Marion Avenue Culvert over the West Branch of the Rollway River in Milburn, the Freeman Street over Fullerton's Brook in Roseland, the Mitchell Street over the East Branch of the Rollway in Orange, and the Locust Street over Lloyd Brook in Bloomfield. Again, this item is related to the budget insertion under item number 12. It will allow the County of Essex to be reimbursed for cost in an amount of $1,661,203. Item number 30 is a contract award to Sparwick Construction for undertaking miscellaneous improvements to bridges and culverts. Sparwick was the lowest of 7 bidders. This will be a 730-day agreement, an amount not to exceed $477,819. It will be an open-ended contract. And Sparwick is a certified small business, SBE. We have already identified certain bridges that will have priority repairs done to them. We have identified the Little Falls Road Bridge over Peckman River in Cedar Grove, the Eisenhower Bridge over Willowbrook in Livingston, South Orange Avenue over the East Branch of the Rollway in South Orange, Washington over the Second River in Orange, Passaic Avenue over the Passaic River in Milburn, and New Dutch Lane over the Pavel Brook in Fairfield. Item number 31 is the award of professional services to provide engineering and inspection services for the 2021 roadway program to KS Engineers. This is this contract will not exceed $296,780. It will be for 12 months. It will be funded with capital funds. And the KS Engineers was the highest scoring of the 9 respondents. Item number 32 is the actual construction of said roadway improvement under the 2021 roadway resurfacing project. There were 2 bids received, the lowest being Smith-Sondy, will not exceed $9,158,664. This will be a 180-day contract, and funding will be capital and grant. There are about 14 roadway sections included. Grove Street in Irvington, Park Avenue in Orange, Eisenhower in Roseland and Livingston, Springfield Avenue in Newark, Franklin Avenue in Nutley and Belleville, Bay Avenue in Bloomfield, Glenridge, and Montclair, Hoover Avenue in Bloomfield, White Oak Ridge in Milburn, Essex Street in Milburn, Eisenhower Parkway in Roseland and Livingston, Belleville Avenue in Bloomfield, Main Street in West Orange, High Street in Nutley, and Clinton Avenue in Irvington. Mr. Mike Bobow of Smith Sondy would like to take a minute to introduce himself and his company. Michael?
Good evening. My name is Mike Boble. I'm representing Smith Sunday Asphalt Construction. I am sitting in for Mr. Joseph Smith, who was unable to attend this meeting due to a previous commitment. Smith Sunday is celebrating their 75th anniversary. The company was started by Mr. Smith's father back in 1946, and since then we have grown into a multi-million-dollar conglomerate. Our clientele base is both the private sector and the public sector. We have contracts with municipalities, with the state of New Jersey, and several of the counties in northern New Jersey, including several we have done for in Essex County. We are a union company. Our laborers are the 472. Our operators are with 825. Our drivers are the Teamsters 560. Mr. Smith employs approximately 80 employees, and of which about 18%, 14 are Essex County residents. And like I said in prior, we have done several projects for Essex County in the past and look forward to doing more work for you in the future. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Like those numbers.
David Antonio, Department of Public Works. Item number 33 is a contract award to Direct Waste Services to provide for the collection and disposal of garbage and rubbish at various county locations. Direct Waste was the sole bidder for this 2-year contract in an amount not to exceed $2,119,725. This will furnish countywide removal and replacement of various garbage containers of various sizes at various locations as needed. Item number 34 is a contract with Cone Inc. to provide specialized repair and specialized parts and software for Cone elevators, which are located at 320, 321 University Avenue. This will be a 2-year agreement in an amount not to exceed $80,000. This will allow us to furnish and service properly the 5 elevators that currently exist in the DFAB buildings at 320 and 321 University Avenue. And Cone Elevator Inc. is the only company that's allowed to repair and maintain any software or equipment associated with said Cone elevators. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio. Mr. Paulovecchio.
I don't have any questions. It was very informative.
Mr. McInerney.
Same here. No questions, very informative.
Commissioners, questions or comments?
Mr. President, if I may?
Vice President Barnes.
Thank you. I want to commend Mr. Antonio for always being prepared and having a good list. He was too fast for me to catch the list of roads and the towns that he mentioned in number 32. If off at another time through you, Mr. Jackson, can you provide that with me? I know there were several in my area that I'd like to take a closer look at.
Absolutely, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Well done, Mr. Antonio. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Graham and a second from Commissioner Sebo to take 27 through 34. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper.
Yes.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes.
Commissioner Graham.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Mercado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sebo.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares.
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to resolution 35 through 37. which are from the Department of Corrections, and we will read them into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Director Ortiz will address these items.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. Item number one, give me 1 second here. I was ready for you guys, and all of a sudden I'm not. Give me 1 second. It is for the purchase of a machine that actually detects on paper, letterhead, or any kind of mail, narcotics. Obviously, briefly, we have a new phenomenon occurring in the drug world where people are spraying various types of CDSs that they're not smoking them or snorting them as has been in the past. And now we need this particular equipment because people are technically soaking the document in certain portions of it and soaking the CDS on it, and they know the top left is where it's at. They either ingest it, technically they chew on it and they get high that way. This machine is the lowest responsible bidder that has and meets our qualifications to help us out with this situation that we have. The next item is for the purchases of weapons.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Can the item he just talked about was Resolution 35. If he could, instead of saying 1 or 2, if he could reference the actual resolution, that would be helpful.
No, not a problem. I just got caught a little short here, and I'm looking at item number 35. Hang on 1 second. I'm looking at it right now. Give me 1 quick second. I apologize. Item 35. Here we go. Okay, Department of Corrections contract award to Chimage Corporation, the sole responsible bidder to furnish and deliver a mail scanner, chemical detection system. The amount not to exceed $556,000 and 50 whatever. Bottom line is that we need this machine in order to maintain the safety and security of our institution I explained earlier. Right now, we have to keep up with the technologies necessary to abate this ongoing issue. The next item is item 36, Department of Corrections contract award to Atlantic Tactical to provide a Winchester ammunition under state contract. It's listed right there. The amount not to exceed $24,969. Obviously, these items are ammunition are needed for the qualifications of our officers with their county weapons and to maintain their county weapons as they carry. They are law enforcement officers and are authorized to carry. Item 37, Department of Corrections contract award to Whitmer Public Safety, LLC, to provide Glock brand semi-automatic 9mm guns, less minus the trade-ins, okay, under the state contract. It's listed as the fleet number and the amount not to exceed $35,000. This to replace weapons that have become unusable or need to be replaced for our officers as law enforcement officers to maintain security and safety as necessary. I'm happy to take any questions regarding any of the 3 items.
Mr. Paulovecchio.
I don't have any questions, Mr. President.
Mr. McInerney.
Does with regard to resolution number 35, does that come with training? Does it come with, maintenance contracts or is it just a purchase of?
No, that's absolutely correct. There is training. There is a maintenance portion to it. And as a matter of fact, we're going to get a loaner machine as soon as this is approved. We're going to get a loaner machine until we get the actual machine. It's an identical one, but this is well thought out that we're going to implement this system with a loaner machine. Ultimately, we'll get the final one, and training of staff and maintenance is essential, and will be provided.
Right. This also has scanners. Is this something you put the mail through, or that you scan with something you hold?
Right now, we don't have this ability. This is a new format that drug folks are using to get drugs into correctional facilities nationwide. And the scanners that we have now is just like an X-ray machine. It's not X-ray, but it's just to look for contraband, like a hard item or a knife or whatever. This is to identify substance, liquid substance that are soaked in a letterhead, and then they sent it under the guise of legal mail or regular mail. And we can then now see, because we're having these manifestations correctionally throughout the country, that now they're getting very smart, and we have to keep up with the times.
Right. What, and this was the only company that bid on it, correct?
This is the one that responded. I can get you that information, but I'm not sure of that, sir.
No, I mean,
we did talk to various vendors.
Right, but this was the only one that you received a bid from.
Mr. President, Julius Coltree, purchasing agent. Yes, Mr. McInerney, they were the only respondents.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. McInerney, let me also mention something on the back page where Director Ortiz says, in the not to exceed the amount of $556,000. They also have the ability to buy 2 other machines if they need it in the near future.
That included in the 556, the 2 other machines? Okay,
correct.
Because I was looking at other counties that bought them for about $100,000, so I wasn't going to get on here and say this, but it was something I was going to follow up with. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense to me.
That's what I figured you were going to ask a question.
That's what I was looking up on the internet was much less than 556,000. Thank you. That clears that up.
Commissioners, questions or comments on 835 to 37? Okay, now I have a question. So, Director Ortiz, so do you know if this is an issue at the county jail at this time?
Absolutely. We're getting manifestations of people, having drug issues. We're searching, we find the regular, normal marijuana, cocaine type things that are found. But we're also getting information. We have an intelligence unit that is telling us we are catching people right now with people with that type of drugs. And it's proven out that it is coming in through the mail under the guise of family mail, legal mail, other types of stuff that we have to have this type of machine to find it. Some cases we can identify that there's a spot that's kind of soaked and whatever have you. But this will definitely help us out so we can catch 100% of it, not the little bit of amount that we have.
Thank you very much. Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner Mercado and a second from VP Palmares to take 35 through 37. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano, absent Commissioner Johnson, absent Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk. Let's move to Resolution 38, which is from the Office of the Sheriff, and we will read it into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Deputy County Administrator Coltrane will handle items 38 and also 39 when that comes.
Mr. President, Julius Coltree, purchasing agent. This is the Office of the Sheriff contract. A state contract award to Atlantic Tactical to provide Colt brand patrol rifles and Gem M3 automatic ammunition under the state contract. Amount not to exceed $23,788. They're purchasing Colt 6933 EPR patrol rifles. Each one will cost $1,166.40, and they're 40 mag rounds. The vendor is in compliance with the Board of Commissioners Ordinance 2015, and this is operating out of operating funds. Resolution 39 is from the Office of the Prosecutor, but any county agency may use this, and this is to award Elite Transcript to provide transcription services for all using Essex County agencies. 12-month contract not to exceed $220,000. This was a non-fair and open contract, printing of legal brief, records, and appendices for legal proceedings. You're muted, Mr. President.
Thank you, but we're gonna take 38 first. Mr. Polavecchio.
I don't have any questions on 38.
Mr. McInerney.
No questions.
Commissioners. I have a motion from Vice President Pomares and a second from Commissioner Sebo. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson,
Yes.
so moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please be reminded, we will conduct a public comment session for non-agenda items at the end of the meeting or any other call-ins. Clerk, can you give them the call-in information, please?
Yes, Mr. President. If you're calling in, the number is 855-756-7520. That's 855-756-7520. Use the password 73940#. After entering the password, listen to the prompt to press 0 to be placed in the queue to speak during the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This will go on to Resolution 39, which has already been explained by Mr. Coultry. Mr. Polavecchio, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Cooper and a second from Commissioner Gill for Resolution 39. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sebo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson,
Yes.
so moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to Resolution 42, which is from the Board of Taxation. We'll read it into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Mr. President, thank you. This is a contract award to BRT Technologies to provide cloud-based data processing system. It's a 12-month agreement with the Essex County Board of Taxation. This contract will allow the board to move into the latest and greatest software capabilities, one that they need to do the job, but also as required by the state of New Jersey. Among the things that we're able to do is Answer Model BRT Mod 4, which is Jersey Property Maintenance System, Computer Assisted Mass Appeal Software, electronic version of the appraisal manual that's required. It'll provide all the abstracts of ratables electronically for the board. And I think one of the more exciting things, it's going to allow for the Board of Taxation and the Register of Deeds and Mortgages for their systems to talk to one another, to integrate data. It will also provide a global data collection system for the office, and also a sales comparison appraisal model. So they'll be able to look at properties across the county and compare sales. So it's an exciting development for the Board of Taxation going forward. And again, it's a 1-year contract.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Polavecchio, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. McInerney, any questions?
No questions, Mr. President.
Commissioners, questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Graham and a second from Commissioner Cooper for Resolution 42. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to Resolution 43, which is from the Office of Purchasing, which will be read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Coltrane.
Julius Coltree, purchasing agent. This is kind of a strange request because we're asking for a 24-month contract extension for the existing cafeteria. However, we have now gone out and had a vendor for the new cafeteria, which will be opening shortly. This is just legalese in the respect that we have to have an extension until we do open up the new cafeteria. Both vendors are the same vendor. So in this particular case, they're willing to extend this contract until we're ready to open up the new cafeteria and do Martin Luther King Justice Building.
Thank you, Mr. Coltrane. Mr. Polavecchio.
Well, once Mr. Coltrane insulted my profession with his legalese comment, I have to go. So it's a 24-month contract extension, and clearly the intent is not to carry on for 24 months at that location. So, and I think we talked about this at a leadership meeting. There is the 30-day kick-out clause, for lack of a better word, in this contract, that once we wind down, we'll be able to cancel this contract and continue in the new facility. Is that right, Mr. Coltrane?
Through you, Mr. President, Julius Coltree, purchasing agent. You're 100% correct, and I made sure, excuse me, that a 30-day clause was in the extension contract.
Thank you.
Mr. McInerney.
Mr. President, what Mr. Polavecchio said is correct. We had discussed this, the 30-day clause. It's fine.
Very good. Commissioners, questions or comments? Hearing none, I have a motion from Commissioner Gill and a second from Commissioner Mercado to take Resolution 43. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Siebel,
Yes.
Commissioner Mercado,
Yes.
Commissioner Luciano, absent. Commissioner Johnson, absent. Commissioner Graham,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares,
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have resolutions 44 through 58. Commissioners, questions or comments?
Mr. President,
Commissioner Siebel.
number 55, I would like to be included on that resolution. Also,
yes.
Also, number 58 is in memoriam for Anita McKeon, and I believe that is John McKeon's mother. I would very much like to be included on that. I don't know if that resolution has been delivered yet. Yes, no?
Has it,
I don't know. I don't have any way of knowing that.
It may be too late, but if it has not been delivered, I would like to be included, and perhaps it could be by acclamation. It's Assemblyman
through you, Ms.
John McCann's mother.
Madam Clerk, the email that I got said that it was gonna be done by acclamation.
Mine says it has your name only.
I know but when I sent it in, the response from the office was to do it by, was that they were gonna do it by acclamation. So,
Because my
fine
agenda, my agenda just says your name.
Madam Clerk?
I will follow up with that tomorrow and communicate to the board.
Has it gone out?
Hold on and let me check.
And Commissioner Gill said it was by acclamation. But my agenda just says.
I read that as well, in an email or somewhere.
I recall that, but I will confirm that tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? And Commissioner Gill, please, I'd like to add my name to 55 as well.
100%.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, if I can be added on 55 as well, or if not by acclamation, if my fellow colleagues agree.
This is resolution 55, guys. It's a support resolution for the guy saying yes.
Mr. President, would you like this to be by acclamation?
Absolutely, if that's the will of the board.
That's how it should be.
Yes.
Okay. Via acclamation. Makes sense to me. All right. So any other questions or comments? Hearing none. I have a motion from Vice President Pomares and a second from Commissioner Sebo to take 44 through 58 as one. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cooper.
Yes.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes.
Commissioner Graham.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Absent Commissioner Luciano. Absent Commissioner Mercado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sebo.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Pomares.
Yes.
Commissioner President Richardson.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to report of board committees. Commissioners, any reports? Do we have any legislative reports? Any written communications? Any unfinished business? Any new business? In that case, Madam Clerk, let's move to public comment session or non-agenda items. However, since we are meeting remotely, the public had an opportunity to submit questions and comments for consideration, and they also have the opportunity to call it.
Okay. I just want to let you know before we move on, Mr. President, it has been confirmed. The McKeon resolution was done by acclamation.
Thank you very much.
And it just wasn't changed on the agenda. But it's on the actual resolution. I had that confirmed.
Good. I thought I had read that. I thought I read that.
Yeah,
excellent.
And I remember Commissioner Gill had requested that we do it by acclamation. Okay, now we're moving to public comment, Mr. President. Okay, and again, a little housekeeping instructions. You'll be acknowledged to speak in the order that your call was received. Emails received for public comment will be read after the calls are completed. At this time, our public information officer will announce the callers so they can state their comment or question and be reminded you have 3 minutes to speak. Please do not have your laptop or any electronic devices on while calling in. And at this time, we're accepting only calls pertaining to non-agenda items. Chalo Malumba, our public information officer, please begin our public comment session now.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chalo Malumba, Public Information Officer for the Board of Commissioners. We have one speaker. We have Mr. Douglas Freeman. Mr. Freeman, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Douglas Freeman.
You may begin. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, chosen commissioners. I'm here to talk about the election process that took place yesterday. No, I do not know if you are aware, but the machines in several of our locations, in total of 33, were late to be delivered to the locations. Some of the machines didn't arrive till 9 o'clock. That is unacceptable. Looking at the law NJSA 19 section 52-1, the machines were supposed to be there at 5:15 a.m. This is unacceptable. We're asking for an investigation as to why these machines were so untimely delivered, which has disrupted our community, and we do not have faith in the voting process as of right now in Essex County, being that we were not able to actually vote the way that we usually will vote. Some people vote at 6 o'clock in the morning. Some people vote at 7 o'clock in the morning. We definitely want this to be investigated. This has been an issue for quite some time about the voting process. We do appreciate the new machine that you was able to offer us with the paper ballot, but then there's an issue where the privacy is not there. You have workers actually taking the forms. They see who you're voting for. There's no section that normally we would go behind a curtain. We do not have that option. So we do know that former President Brendan Gill advocated for this and that it was something that was needed, but it just needs to be some retweaking of the election process that we need to consider. On my next option, speaking point is that I am now aware that we can go to bond as a nonprofit. For several years, we have talked about the Aerotropolis project in the South Ward of Newark. There's land that we wanted to acquire. So we want to know what is the process that our nonprofits can come together as a group and actually go to bond, which we can actually build the aquarium that will bring profits to our community and also can be paid back to the bond holders also. So we want to know what is that process? How can we also talk to the county about actually bonding some of the projects that we want to take into our South Ward to create a tourism division and
30 seconds,
part of our. All right, I'll wrap it up. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to my complaint and solutions, and thank you again for the time. And we'll talk about it at a later date.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we do not have any other callers waiting to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, we just have one comment sent by email, and this one was sent by Kathy or Larry from Pax Christi, New Jersey. And dear commissioners, about 2 weeks ago, the Essex County Jail Task Force met in public. It had solicited statements from people regarding the medical treatment at ECCF. The first person to testify was a woman whose partner was in ICE detention in your jail. She had driven up from Trenton to tell the task force that he had broken his hand a month prior to her appearing there and had not yet received even an x-ray. He had lost the use of the hand and had gone numb, according to his partners. These are the questions. Have you watched the video of the last task force meeting? If you haven't, it is available on the Facebook page for the Essex County Jail Task Force. I strongly suggest you do that. Have you inquired into whether or not this man has since received care? If you haven't, I strongly suggest you do that. How is it that you're keeping this man close to his family? He is from Trenton, at least an hour away. You and the executive argued for years that you were doing people like this man a service. What have you done to advocate for the release and not transfers when the jail is depopulated? August 23rd is coming up soon, and ICE has already started moving people, sometimes without notifying or providing any information to the attorneys who are representing them. Will you pass a resolution calling on the New Jersey legislation to pass the governor to sign A5207/S3361, which will prevent ICE from opening more detention facilities in New Jersey? Eliminating local bed space means that we will have limited local enforcement and keep people from being separated from their families. All incarceration is family separation, but ICE detention provides the added cruelty of being indefinite. And Mr. President, that concludes our public comment session.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. As is our process, we will make sure that all of the questions will be answered in writing. Commissioners, any questions or any comments? It's your session now. Anything you'd like to say before we adjourn?
Mr. President.
Commissioner Mercado.
As the gentleman that just last spoke, I have concerns about the information that was coming to me about the delay in voting machines throughout the city of Newark, and I don't have confirmation of how many machines and if it was just in Newark or if it was countywide. And I would like us to look a little deeper into the vendor of these machines as to why they were such a delay, several hours. That's just not acceptable. Normally machines are there. My experience has been, I've been doing this, we've all been doing this for a long time, and machines are usually there, a couple of days before election. They were always there, the tables, the chairs. Why these machines did not get to the locations that they were designed to be at for hours at a time is something that is very concerning. So, and it should not happen. So I think we need to look into why it happened and what can we do to prevent it from happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mercado. Duly noted. And your concerns are being looked at. So yours and Mr. Freeman's and everyone else, that issue is being looked at. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Gill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments. Want to thank you and all of the commissioners who supported that resolution tonight to support the legislation which would ban county governments from entering into contracts, or local governments from entering into contracts with ICE to detain immigration detainees. So thank you, for that. And also, that we continue to look at ways that we can assist. And thank you for the questions that you raised, Mr. President. During the question and answer period with our legal aid vendors about, is there even more that we can do as we depopulate this facility? But in addition to the depopulation, There are other things that I know we're going to continue to do to work with our federal partners, again, to figure out how we end this practice altogether. So, at least that's what I'm committed to. I know many of you are committed to that as well. And I don't think we're immune to the fact that even though we're depopulating the population here, we've always been concerned about the ramifications once people leave our facility. It's something we've gone back and forth on time and time again throughout this. But I want to thank everyone for the support of that resolution tonight. Finally, on the election itself, just to echo the comments of Commissioner Mercado and Mr. Freeman tonight, there were absolutely some issues I think that we looked at. As we move towards November, I know that the appropriate election officials and administration, I want to thank you for their follow-up as well, have been notified. One of the ones that I just wanted to flag, not only on the delivery, but I can tell you that specifically yesterday in Montclair, we had two machines that were completely mislabeled, meaning that the ward and district there was one polling location that had two machines, and one they mislabeled each of the machines, which therefore required the wrong ballot to have to be given to people, including me. I voted yesterday in the county of Essex on a ballot that did not contain the correct people who were running for office as a result of the mislabeling of the machines themselves and them not being able to process the ballots. I have to tell you, and this is a no blame. This is not meant to be blamed, but I just find that completely unacceptable. It was not fixed. It was flagged and it was not fixed. And the solution was to vote yesterday on a ballot that did not contain the correct names of the people who were running for local offices as a result of the machines being mislabeled. Secondly, I definitely think that to Mr. Freeman's point, some probably need to take a little closer look at when the ballot is scanned, the ballot is face up, which we knew going in, but that does so you have privacy as an individual when you're filling out that ballot. But when you scan that ballot next to the board worker and where the board worker stands, there's absolutely more visibility into an individual's choice than you normally would have. So I think that's an issue that I think we can definitely deal with. But in terms of delivery, labeling the machines correctly, these are things that we're just going to have to get better at. And I think we would have had a much more serious issue had this been a regular general election. That being said, especially with the standard that the county set by doing such a good job last year during COVID and processing all of our ballots and making this transition. So understanding, we knew there were going to be some bumps yesterday as we were changing things for the first time. But I just want to flag that, Mr. Jackson, for you to pass back to the appropriate election personnel, about program machines, labeling machines, ballots, sample ballots being put in the wrong being put in the wrong bags. These are just things that, I don't think anyone would accept. I know you're on top of it, but I did feel that, feel compelled to flag it tonight, for you to make sure that it, that we do follow up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill.
Mr. President, if I may, if it would be helpful, Commissioner Gill, and maybe to the clerk, if you could give us a list of some of the issues that you saw and wanted to address, so we can look at those with the election folks, and may or may not be appropriate for the board to invite them in to discuss.
No question.
As you see fit.
Absolutely. I think that we probably need to start utilizing our committees more. And so, yeah, maybe we need to call them in, discuss, so we can work out the kinks now, because, we have the general coming up in a few months. So we want to make sure we iron everything out. So, yeah, that's something we probably want to do. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Vice President Pomaris.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, I had the pleasure today of joining you and Commissioner Gill at Hendricks Field to open up the groundbreaking for a new program called First Tee that the county executive was initiating today. And that program, of course, has been very successful at Weequahic Park. And I'm sure you're going to want to say a couple of words about it. But over the weekend, one of the products of the First Tee program, Mega Gagne, was at the U.S. Open and, just did exceptionally well. And I'll let you talk about that because I know she's the pride of Weequahic and that's your area. But what I think is really important is that we are constantly doing these kind of programs where, we're finally being able to open up a sport that once upon a time had really been labeled as a program in a sport that was reserved for only a few. I'm actually 50 years old now, despite the very youthful looks, I hope. I don't think my colleagues agree with me, but I'm only 50 now, and I only stepped on the golf course in my 40s. And so today, when I joined you in Brendan, my son joined me today, and it is my hope that kids like him and other kids from urban areas and suburban areas and of all backgrounds and diversities will be able to be introduced to the sport, which as a kid I didn't think much of because I had no experience and no context and no ability to really gauge what it was all about. That's the first thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm sure you're going to speak a little bit more about the performance of our star athlete in Essex County. The second thing I wanted to just as a reminder that tomorrow, as most Thursdays, we have the emergency food distribution event, which will take place at the Essex County Westside Park. That starts at 9 a.m. and will run while supplies last. And in conjunction with that, we'll have a vaccine event there that runs from 9 to 1 p.m. So for any residents who want to come and get a vaccine and a box of food, that's fine. You don't have to do both. You can do one or the other, but we did want to, of course, put that on everyone's radar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, VP, and thank you for the reminder. Yeah, it was a very exciting opportunity at Hendricks Field and what the First Tee has meant to Essex County already, and seeing Mega Gandhi this weekend play was just inspirational and exciting. She learned how to play right down the street from my house at Weequahic Park. And to watch her on television this weekend was incredible. And she did so well as a 17-year-old. And she's headed to Stanford to, for her education and to play golf. So sky's the limit. And just for, it was talked about earlier, her temperament, the smile, how courteous she was, and even how she interviewed, it was of someone who is much more mature. But this is what the program, the First Tee, is all about. It's educational, it's athletics, is you learn how to interact with others. So it's such a well-rounded program. So, really inspired by the First Tee and what we're doing, what's going on. It's incredible.
Mr. President, if you may indulge me, may I make a comment?
Yeah, just put your name on the record.
Your clerk to the board. I just wanted to say regarding this program, my daughter went through this program, and as a result of the skills that she developed, she started in it at 7, and it was Renaissance, and then it joined First Tee, and she got the first scholarship from First Tee and ended up in high school as co-captain of her golf team as a result of this type of program at Weequahic Park. Thank you. And my name is Deborah Davis Ford, for the record.
Okay. Hey, listen, need a motion to adjourn. I mean, I would love to stay here all night.
So move.
Second, Mr. President.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Take care, guys. Be safe out there.
Take care, everybody. Good seeing you.